Wow, I can't believe it's been 3 years since I joined the Sewing Street team. Where do those years go? You know what, we're doing a massive celebration to really make something of my 3 years here at Sewing Street. We've got some amazing guests with me over the weekend, including our fabulous Delphine Brooks. We've got Gary from Dukey, Joe's here from Storage for Crafts, and our wonderful Suzie Duncan too. Loads of different projects, loads of fabulous products, and celebrations galore. It wouldn't be a celebration without you, so I hope you'll join me here on Sewing Street for my 3rd anniversary weekend.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. How are you? Goodness me, it's been a whole week. It is lovely to be here. Stuart Hillard at your service here on Sewing Street. It's Friday, it's almost the weekend. As far as I'm concerned, it is the weekend. And what a weekend, my goodness me. We've got a fantastic show lined up for you. We're going to start, as we always do, with not one but 2 early birds. We don't always do that. But hey, today we're going to... That was lovely. Bruce, our director, just went, "It's our early bird," singing along to the music. I think we should do that. We should record that. Right, here's our first early bird. Love, love, love June Taylor products. This is awesome. You know me, I love a bag. This is the Quilt As You Go Sewing by Numbers Tory Tote. Have a look. Here's the gorgeous bag that you can make. So it's got these flying geese on the front and on the back. And I love how it shows different ways to interpret that. You can do them as chevrons, more blended, or really, really sort of distinctive. Love those. Right. So in the package, you get printed batting. Okay, so you've got your batting, all of your piecing lines, your sewing lines are all printed on the batting. Okay, you've also got full instructions included, you've got your pattern. You've also got some really strong cotton twill tape that you put inside the handles. So literally, all you need are some fat quarters, some long quarters, and a bit of lining fabric. Now, normally, this would be $15.99, but not today. It's our early bird. Never been reduced before. You're saving £3 today. It's $12.99. Now, I think that's phenomenal because if you think about it, if we did the Tory Tote pattern, yeah, it'd be $9.99 for the pattern for how to make this bag. You get the pattern, you get your printed batting, you get your handles. This goes inside your fabric to make them super strong. I think that for an extra £3. I think that's absolutely fantastic. It's fab. Really fun. And also as well, really fun to try a different technique. Now, the Quilt As You Go technique is fully explained, but essentially what you do is you layer up your batting. I'll open this up a little bit and quickly explain. You open up your batting, you fix that to your fabric, so your backing fabric goes on, and then you've got instructions for how to cut your pieces of fabric. And the blue lines on here are not your sewing lines, these are actually your fabric placement lines. So you place your fabric on, you put your right sides together, and you sew your seam. Flip your fabric back and it will just fit within the blue lines, okay? So it's ever so clever. Michelle's got in touch. She says, "Morning, Stuart and team. It's a lovely day. Have a good day." Oh, and lots of kisses. Thank you, Michelle. It was very, very cold when we all came into work this morning and we all said, "Brr, it is getting autumny." It is getting autumny, but that's good because this is prime sewing time, isn't it? This time of year, I'm really full force on the old quilt making and bag making. Lovely early bird this. As you make it, you're quilting it. It's a fast, fun bag. You get all of that included. Your quilt, your batting, your pre-printed batting, your twill tape and your pattern. Jennifer's got in touch. I bought this Tory template a while ago and it's brilliant for beginners like me. Jen, that's a brilliant point. Yeah, if you haven't made a bag before, great way in. But also, if you're experienced, a really experienced bag maker, a fun, different technique to try. Now, I need to say a few more good mornings. Lots of you getting in touch. Delia says, morning, Stuart and team. Happy Friday. Vian has got in touch. Morning, Stuart. Happy anniversary. 3 years at Sewing Street. We'll talk some more. Pam says, good morning, lovely. Claire says, good morning, Stuart and all. The glasses are going on. The glasses are going. See, now I've started wearing them. This is it now. This is me. Ketty says, good morning, Stuart. Anne says, morning, lovely, Stuart. Great to see you. Great to see you too. Marie says, good morning from Marie at Stockbridge, Sheffield. Hilary says, morning, lovely. Well, good morning, my gorgeous friends. Welcome to Sewing Street. So that's the Quilt As You Go Tory tote bag from June Taylor. But I've got a second early bird. This is also for bag making. Let me show you this. So, hardware makes the bag. Hardware makes the bag. It really does. It takes it up a notch. It really, really does. This is a fabulous metal clasp. Particularly lovely on something like a clutch bag. Now I've just got my little spectacle case here just to try and show you how this works. So this is the outer, this goes on the outside of your flap and you've got a little push button here, okay? And effectively this sits on a flap like that, okay? So you would fix that to the flap and you've got little screw holes, 3 screw holes, plus a back plate. So once your flap is fully made, what I like to do is I actually put a little bit of Sharpie pen on there, press it carefully onto my fabric and it leaves a little mark and then I can bore the holes through, yeah? You push these through, okay, and then your back plate goes on. So once this is fixed on and you get your little screws, although you can see that on the inside of your flap, it's very smart and very neat, yeah? So that goes there on the flap. And then on the main body of your bag, this bit goes on. And this, similar kind of thing, you've got a little back plate and 2 screws. So you make 2 little holes. That goes there on your bag. And then effectively, this clips on. So it clicks, that's your closure. And then you push your button to release, like that. Yeah? Ever so easy to apply. Should be $7.99. It's going to elevate any bag. It's an early bird, so today you're going to pay $5.99. Again, another £2 saving. So, the way I'm seeing this is, the Quilt As You Go Tory bag, you save £3? 15. So you're saving £3 on the Tory, £2 on the lock. That's a £5 saving. And actually, you could combine the two. I'm just going to grab this back because the Tory tote bag doesn't have a closure on it. So if you added an extra flap, you could actually have this clasp on the front of the bag, which would be really smart. So why not combine the two? Very nice. Very nice. And there you get all your little screws with that as well, you see. So it all comes complete. Now, before we do the menu, just want to show you... I want to show you something. I was just waiting for Ben to tell me what we were going to show. You have to remind me, Ben, I'm getting old. Right, well, I just wanted to mention that we've got the Brother Side Cutter Foot back on air. This is at 11 o'clock. Now, it's on pre-order currently, so if you want to get your side cutter foot, we sold out of these before we came to air at launch. This is the foot that's going to allow you to sort of almost turn your sewing machine into an overlocker. Because what I'll demonstrate it later, but what this foot does is it goes on things like your Brother FS250, your Brother 180, your 210. It also goes on the NV1100. Excuse me, I don't have a drink, by the way. If someone could get me some water. Thank you. And effectively, this foot cuts the fabric, the edge of the fabric off, and then straight away your machine does either a zigzag or an overedge stitch, or you can even use it with a straight stitch, and it encapsulates that raw edge just like an overlocker would. Amazing foot. Our price on this, I think, $39.99, Ben. It's $39.99. So for $39.99, you can have the functionality of an overlocker with your Brother sewing machine. They are amazing. We've got limited stocks of this. Like I say, last time we sold out before we even got to air. I did still demo it, but today I've got a little more. I've got 40% more stock than I had last time, which isn't enough, which is why I'm giving you the heads up this time, all right? So there we go. June says, morning, gorgeous. Jan says, good morning, Stuart and team. Looking forward to your anniversary weekend. Kirsty says, morning, Stuart. Happy anniversary to you and to me and hubby. It's our 27th wedding anniversary. So happy anniversary to the pair of you. You love birds. And Kate says, good morning, Stuart. And fab team from a sunny Guernsey. They are a fab team. Thank you, Dan. Looking after me. Right, let's do the menu. Right then, we're starting off with a quick tour of some bag making essentials. And then at 8:30, we've got brand new tools from Emily Roberts. We've got an hour and a half, new colourways as well, metric tools as well as in inches. At 10 o'clock, Suzie Duncan is here with this fabulous quilt. It's called Surrounding Fences. And well, do you know what? I didn't, when I saw the box, I wasn't sure about this, whether I liked it or not. I wasn't. And then when I saw it in real life, I thought, that's actually gorgeous. It is absolutely stunning. It's hanging right behind me. It's beautiful and a brilliant, brilliant price. You're going to love the price. But how gorgeous is that? And beginner level, very achievable. You could make this in a weekend. Beautiful size as well. Very appealing. The price it's on at pre-order, nowhere near where we are going. Nowhere near. Gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful quilt. Right, so that is at 10. At 11 o'clock, I've got the Brother NV1100 sewing machine, my current favourite. It's gorgeous. And the side cutter foot is back in stock, but it's already flying out. Over 1/10 of the stock of that side cutter foot is already gone. And can I just say too, the NV1100, I've got single figures of that sewing machine. It is everything you want, 150 stitches, computerized extension table, knee lift, walking foot, darning foot, alphabets, easy peasy, under £1,000. You heard me right, under £1,000, but I've got single figures on that machine, so I wouldn't be surprised if I came to air with half that. Half that. Okay, and then at 12 o'clock, Suzie Duncan's back with cushions in all new colourways. We've got disappearing 9-patch, like this. Love that. We've got the intertwined triangles. Love this cushion. We've got floral cushion. We've got twist and stitch. We've got wedding ring. And a cushion is such a great way of trying out a new technique or a new tool. Love that. Beautiful. Right, let's get on because I've only got 15 minutes of bag hardware now. Right, we're going to start with some metalware. I'll show you everything that I've got metalware-wise, and then I'm going to dive in. So I've got some 1.5-inch aperture rectangular rings, some 1-inch aperture D rings, and these fab triangular rings. We'll start with the rainbow. So you get, it's one. No, it's two. Thank you. It's two. You get two in a pack. So this is the kind of thing that you're going to use with something like either like a split ring or a lobster clasp, a swivel clasp, something like that, something that will clip in. So this bit goes onto your bag with a piece of webbing or strap here, and then your lobster clasp, your swivel clip goes through the round part at the top. Really lovely, aren't they? And they're flying out. If you want to grab these, you get two in a pack. They're a 1-inch aperture, okay, which works very nicely with things like webbing, or you can make your own fabric straps to go through, or faux leather, or cork, anything like that. Love this rainbow sort of oil on water, aurora borealis kind of look. It always makes me think of Tula Pink. Always makes me think of Tula. Tanya from Kent's got in touch to say, morning, lovely Stuart. Oh, thank you. Your tips and advice have been great over 3 years. Long may you reign. Oh, thank you. That's very sweet. Long may I reign. I'm going to have that on a T-shirt. I want a crown. Yeah. Or a tiara at the very least. Oh, thank you. I have the best job in the world, don't I? Let's be honest. I really do. I had a proper job once and I didn't really like it, if I'm honest. I didn't really much prefer doing this. These are great. These are great. Oh, goodness, they are flying out, though. If you want to grab these, we don't get bag hardware on air very often. So Leslie Joyce got in touch. She says, good morning, Stuart. Lovely hardware. Really is. I'll leave those. I'm going to grab the silver. If in doubt, go with silver, because silver reflects the colours around it. So with navy, it'll take on that tint. You know, with browns, with red, it'll take on that tint. Even with a gold bag, this would reflect, you know, this would work. Again, 1-inch aperture. Use these with swivel clasps, those kind of dog lead clasps, anything like that. We've got a lovely doggy in the building, actually. Fred is here, who is Emily and Sam's dog. He's lovely. Oh, he's beautiful. Right, so that's those. Again, $3.99 for two. Now then, also while we're on the subject of things that clip to, we've got D-rings. So again, use these. We'll go with gold first. Use these with a swivel clasp or a dog lead. You get two again. These are great value because look how thick and chunky and substantial these are. These are fantastic quality. These are not thin and flimsy. Really great quality. Again, 1-inch aperture. Even if you're making a really big bag, a 1-inch aperture, especially for a swivel clip or a D-ring clip, these work really, really well because it doesn't matter what size handle or shoulder strap you're adding. This is going on the bag. So this could go on with little 1-inch webbing on, but then you could have a 2-inch wide shoulder strap on clips that clip in. So it still looks dainty on the bag, even with a wider shoulder strap. So that's in gold, $1.99 for two. I've also got those in silver, or silver metal. Rather nice as well, aren't they? They've got really nice sort of smooth curves, rather than very, very, I'm just breaking off for a second because I've got 6 of these left. 6 pairs. You've been snapping them up. It's the kind of thing, I have boxes and tins full of bag hardware, so I've always got my hardware at the ready. All right. Next up, I've got rectangular rings. Look at the colour range I've got. I've got matte black, I've got shiny gold, silver, rainbow, and kind of bronze, antique bronze effect. So let's start with antique bronze. These are always classy. You get 2 again, brilliant value. So £1.15 or so each one. Very, very good value. 38mm, that is a 1.5 inch aperture. So cut your shoulder straps 2 inches wide, use a 1/4 inch seam allowance, and you'll get a lovely perfect fit there. Rectangular rings are where you want a fixed strap. So you're not going to put a D-ring through these, okay, because it will be lopsided. They'll hang like this. So this is where you want a fixed strap on, say, like a shoulder bag, something like a shoulder, adjustable shoulder strap. All right, so that's the antique brass. Let's do rainbow. Yeah. Well, these look lovely, don't they? Absolutely gorgeous. This is your rainbow. £2.99 for 2. Again, really lovely weight to them. I mean, they're not heavy, but they're really solid. They're really sturdy. They've got a good quality to them. I think that's the most important thing. Great quality, but really affordable. Really affordable. Morning, Stuart. Love these D-rings. What I do is I put a strap through, then use my green machine and rivet the strap. Jan, that's such a classy finish. Yes, really classy. It really elevates homemade to handmade. Congrats, Stuart, says Sue in Beeston. Love it when you're on TV. So calm and easy to watch with loads of inspiration. Keep it up, thank you. Oh, Sue, that's getting a kiss. That's getting a kiss. That's really kind, thank you. Yeah, love these. Love these. Again, these are Aurora Borealis, you know. I would use these with anything sort of like modern, colourful. So things like Tula, Kaffe, Anna Maria, something like that. Alison Glass. Did you get anything yesterday from the Kaffe Fassett launch? That fabric looked amazing, didn't it? Silver. Silver next. Very, very, very versatile. Probably the most versatile colour, really, because it does reflect. Little quick tip, actually. If you want to stop your metalware slipping around inside the straps, what I do is, although I'll put my strap through and I'll sew it here in a box maybe, I'll also use my zipper foot. And then I can get really close. So I'll then stitch a line as close to the metalware as I can, and it sort of encases it so it can't slip and slide and move around. So 2 silver for £2.29. Gold next. Who doesn't love gold? Go on. Morning, Stuart. Wow, 3 years, congratulations. You've lasted longer than my first marriage. Wendy. Oh, Wendy. Oh. Well, I hope things have worked out better for you, my darling. But, oh, yeah, well, 3 years, I know, 3 years. I can't believe that 3 years have gone by. In fact, the last year has absolutely flown by. I feel like it was only yesterday. Because just to put it in context, my 2nd anniversary show was the launch of the New Mexico quilt. Which seems like, if you'd asked me, I'd have said, oh, maybe 9 months ago. Yeah. 8-9 months ago, but it's actually a whole year ago. So yeah, it has gone by very quickly. But they say time flies when you're having fun, don't they? So, and we do have a lot of fun together. So these are the gold rectangular rings, £2.29 for 2. Again, 1.5 inch aperture. Laurie's got in touch. She says, morning, Stuart. Congratulations on your Sewing Street anniversary. We have enjoyed you and your demos with fabric and knitting. You are so inspiring. Have a great weekend. Hug, kiss, heart. Hug, kiss, heart. Laurie, hug, kiss. And actually, if you're really trendy, you're supposed to do it with your fingers, aren't you? But I can't do that. Oh, thanks, Laurie. Well, as I say, I love being here. It's great. Right, so that's that. And then, most unusual, I think, but really lovely, the black. These, things like backpacks, rucksacks, satchels, messenger bags, especially if you want something that has a bit more of a maybe industrial look, a bit more of a strong, edgier look maybe. Yeah. Wendy's got in touch. She says, yes, I have now been married for 32 years. Oh, Wendy, congrats, congrats. Brilliant, brilliant. Oh. That's made me giggle. Love it. Anyway, that's our metalware. So just to give you a quick recap, all of those still available, except I think the silver D-rings, they have gone. Yeah, they have gone. Now, I've got some handles. We're very limited on the brown and the black. I'll show you all three colours. These are really, really lovely, actually. Really nice. Okay, those are the three colours I've got. Black, brown and white. We'll start with the black. Okay, I'll get one open in a second just to show you. But I have literally got that many left. So you've got this kind of thick, chunky, plaited handle, and then you've got these lovely gold-coloured. And literally, all you do, bit of webbing, bit of a strap through there into a seam. That's it. Really easy to put on. Really easy to put on. So that's the black, $8.99 per handle. Then we've got the brown. You can use just one of these on a bag, you know. Really nice way of doing it. What you do is, imagine this is the bag. You attach one side to the front here, and then the other side to the back here. So it goes across. Do you see? So that's the brown, $8.99. And then the cream, which I'll just quickly open just to show you properly. This cream would go really, really nicely with my new Hajime fabric range, which launches tomorrow morning. Look, that is beautiful. Really classy. Really classy. So you don't have to remove these. You just put some webbing through or shoulder strap through to attach it to your bag. And if you want it to be a removable handle, then you could just use green machine to put poppers or press studs or even plastic cam snaps on the webbing so that you can remove that maybe for washing the bag. Really nice for the PU bag though, absolutely gorgeous. Really like those. Very smart. Right, we need to go to a very quick break. When we come back, Emily Roberts will be here with an hour and a half of bag making gorgeousness, including 2 brand new tools. Don't go anywhere. I will see you after this.
Wow, I can't believe it's been 3 years since I joined the Sewing Street team. Where do those years go? You know what, we're doing a massive celebration to really make something of my 3 years here at Sewing Street. We've got some amazing guests with me over the weekend, including our fabulous Delphine Brooks. We've got Gary from Dukey, Joe's here from Storage for Crafts, and our wonderful Suzie Duncan too. Loads of different projects, loads of fabulous products, and celebrations galore. It wouldn't be a celebration without you, so I hope you'll join me here on Sewing Street for my 3rd anniversary weekend. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Hey you, and hey you. Is today, I always start with it, is today special? Well, yes it is, because it's Emily Roberts' actual birthday. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Aw, happy birthday. Let me come and give you a little...
Aw.
No, you. Mwah. Thank you so much for spending your special day here with us.
Thank you. Can't imagine anywhere else I'd rather be than
No, you just
with
said that to me,
sewing
you
friends,
said
and I genuinely mean
Genuinely,
it. Yeah, sorry, Mum.
genuinely.
Love you.
We're very happy to have you here, Emily, and happy birthday
Aw,
to you.
thank you.
Now, Emily is here for an hour and a half with amazing products from her range at MEB Designs, and we've got 2 new ones, haven't we?
2 brand
We have
new
got 2
ones.
new ones.
Yes.
But we're going to launch straight in with something which is, well, probably your most iconic
Yes.
product. It's the zipper jig. It's the zipper jig. Every time we get these in stock, they sell out. 6 times over it is sold out. You can get it in teal, which is the colour I'm holding, or pink. And shall we just nip to the website quickly, just to show how you choose your colour? Because it's ever so easy. It's one product code, okay, zipper jig, and then there's a drop-down menu. You choose pink or teal. So you just choose the colour that you want and then add to basket. The picture won't change, nothing changes, but just make sure that the colour you want is in the box and then add to basket. That's all you have to do. $9.99 for this. Emily, you know we love a demo from you.
Yes,
Will you just show us
of
that?
course I
And why
will.
do we need a zipper jig?
So if you've ever had the frustrations of trying to get a zip pull on zip tape, which,
yeah.
let's be honest,
Yeah.
we've all been there, this will eliminate that stress.
I've thrown zipper tape in the bin.
Yeah.
I've
oh, me
certainly
too.
thrown it against the wall.
Yeah, because sometimes you can do it so many times and you zip freeze and then it's no good and
Yep.
you've wasted it and then you don't want to carry on with your sewing then.
No,
do you? So
in
this
such a bad
will-
mood.
This will eliminate the stress,
It's that
which I'm all
literally
about.
seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, zip pull. We're going to pop that onto this little bit here. It's worth noting as well, the little hole here, you can drill that into your workspace. It's permanent.
Fab. So if you're like a dedicated bag maker,
Yeah.
dressmaker, you could have this fixed to your desk.
Yes. So we've got me 2 parts of my zip tape and you want the coils in the middle, facing towards the zip pull. We're just gonna...
That is it. That is it.
And then you pull it off.
It's
Just
so
like that.
just like that.
And it's a Friday morning, no stress.
No.
Ooh.
The thing is, if you've never tried to put a zip pull on a zip, you can't imagine
Yeah.
the degree of frustration
Yeah.
or how difficult or impossible actually.
Yeah, I think steam comes out areas when you're doing it.
Yeah.
This will get rid of the steam coming out of your ears.
Yeah, absolutely. Over a quarter of the stock of each colour is already gone. If you want to get your zipper jig, they always sell out. They always sell out. We've got loads and loads in baskets. Do please check out on this. This is the kind of thing that will disappear very quickly. Ginny from Essex has got in touch to say, Emily, happy birthday. Love your gadget.
Thank you very much. That's
Another
lovely.
message for you. There's going to be a lot of this. Happy anniversary, Stuart, and happy birthday, Emily. I love all Emily's tools as a bag maker. The zipper jig I cannot be without. Frustration gone.
Oh, well, thank you
Gone.
very much. That's lovely.
It is true though, and it's the kind of product you buy it once, it'll last you forever.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very strong. Small as well, so if you go to sewing classes, that kind of thing, you can pop it in your bag and it'll be
Completely
safe.
portable. And you're using it there with the number 5 zip? Or is that number 3?
Number 3, this one, but you can use it with number 5s
Yeah.
as well. People have, and I have myself successfully used it.
Oh yeah, I
with
use number 5 all the time.
Number
So
5.
number 5 or number 3. Number 3 are those craft zips, dressmaking style, and then number 5 are the chunkier ones that we tend to use a bit more in bag making.
bag making, yeah. So
Easy
you
as
can do
that.
both, yeah.
And also, Emily, if I want to do like a double zip, one going one way, one going the other.
Could do that, yeah,
yeah.
definitely. So you could just pop, obviously you could just break that apart, pop your zip pull on and do it, yeah.
Yeah.
Do it double-sided,
So
yeah, definitely.
easy. Oh my goodness. All right, let me just let you know. I'm going to let you know actual numbers now. The teal, that's the colour Emily's got that she's been demonstrating with. I have got 10 left. Okay, that is 20% of the stock. In fact, we've got 8 left, 7 left. Should we just watch the numbers go down?
I think we should, yeah.
The pink, I've got 13 left, that's it. So I've 20 total. I had over 100. I've got a 7 and 10 now. 7 of the teal, 5 of the teal, 9 of the pink. That's it. Well, I think we could call it your first birthday sellout.
I think so, yeah. Thank you,
Well done.
everybody.
Is that how many times is that now it's sold? Is that the 7th time? Yeah,
I think every time I bring it, it sells out, doesn't it?
Amazing.
Yeah.
1 teal left. No teal. Teal's gone.
Teal's gone.
Teal's gone. And the only one you can get it now in is the pink. We've got 6 of those left. Right. Brilliant. Brilliant. Right. Next up, let's do something brand new. Can we do the
Yes.
brand new zip overlay?
Of course,
please?
yes.
So I'm going to show you a rather gorgeous bag here. This actually demonstrates very nicely the 2 new products. So Emily, right here is the brand new zip overlay tool that we're
Yes.
going to do, here that you can see. This is so stylish. What a gorgeous way of not only showing off that zip, but also it makes the insertion of the zip easier.
It does. It just
More
kind of,
forgiving.
as we've said before, we should highlight a zips a little bit more, and zip overlays do just that. We can
really
celebrate a zip.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. But I love the fact that it also kind of hides a multitude of sins
does.
and makes the zip insertion easier. The other thing that we've got brand new, so I'm just going to mention while we're here, is the large pleat tool. So you can see this bag has got this gorgeous, can you see this gorgeous profile? Absolutely beautiful. This beautiful shaping. This is using your brand new large pleat tool.
The larger pleat bag tool, which is
But we'll
brand
get to that.
new.
We'll get to that. Let's talk zip overlay.
Zip overlays, right, let me...
So we'll put details on screen. It's $9.99. Now, colour options again. You can choose the green or the pink. Green or pink. So the green, is that the same as my teal?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
is
green,
it
teal,
Oh,
same
it's been
colour.
put down as green. Yes, exactly the same colour.
Yeah, yeah. And I don't have one of these, do I?
I'm just trying to locate mine. It was in the
okay.
bag a minute ago. Just 1 second.
Ignore the blue. Ignore the blue. We haven't got it in the blue. We've got the teal or the pink, and you get 3 different sizes of zip overlay tool in the bag. So you're getting a 7-inch, an 8-inch, and a 9-inch. Am I right, Emily?
You are, yes.
Yeah.
789, which works and corresponds well with the zip pocket tool.
Brilliant.
7, 8 and 9 inch.
Brilliant, brilliant. So, Emily, let's have a little look at this tool.
So this is my test. I can't seem to find my actual proper tool, but this is the shape it is.
Yeah.
This has just not got the text on like yours will be at home.
Okay.
So again, with these zip overlay tools, as opposed to doing them the full size, I always do them half the size so that you're going to cut it out on the fold, just because, again, saves space, makes it more user-friendly, cost-effective and all that kind of good stuff. So this is the new one. I call this like the swoop design because it's got some lovely little swoops in there.
Really like that. It's really elegant. It's almost like a sort of Victorian letterbox.
Oh, yeah.
You know those kind of lovely brass sort of
Yeah.
Victorian letterboxes?
I know exactly what you mean, yeah.
From a time when detail, like in architecture, you would think the money that was spent creating those gorgeous, like, carved window frames or you know, and you're bringing that gorgeous detail to a bag because detail is everything.
Detail is everything. You could have very plain fabric, and then these are the things that's just going to elevate your bag to new levels.
Yeah, really make it pop.
Really make it.
Would you show us how to use
Of course I will. Yes.
Just a bit of a stock warning. The green, I'm down to low teens. Pink, I've got a little over 20. That's all. This is really going very, very well. £9.99 for the tool. Remember, you get 3 sizes. You get the 7, the 8, and the 9-inch versions. That's to accommodate a zip up to that size. So really, I mean, the most useful range of sizes, I think.
Yeah, definitely. So I've got some glitter fabric here. You can use lots of different types of fabric for the zip overlay. My preference is always something that doesn't fray, but you could use any type of fabric and you could just put like a heat and bond or something on the back, avoid your fraying of your fabrics, or you could zigzag stitch around it, which I can kind of go into when we start stitching.
Yeah.
So I'm going to use this. Let me just think which way I need to.
I actually really like the idea of using something like a variegated thread and doing almost like a satin stitch around the outside.
Oh, definitely. Especially if you've got machines that, you know, have got, you know, all these different stitches that sometimes we don't use. I think that would be a nice way to use a decorative stitch, definitely.
So you've got your folded fabric there.
Folded fabric, and I'm going to make the most of my fabric and line the edges up. And I'm going to draw around the outside and then around the inside.
Morning to Steph, by the way. She says she's fresh from the bath.
Oh,
I honk no
lovely.
more. Good to know, Steph.
I do love I love a good bath.
Oh, me
love
too.
a good bath.
Me too. You shower or bath?
Shower every day, but
Yep.
then bath's like my little treat if I want to relax and unwind.
I bought some Badidas last week.
So what?
Badidas.
What is this?
Have you not? Oh,
No.
It's like, it turns the bath water. It looks like you're soaking in pond water because it goes this sort of deep, lurid green, okay? But it's all like herby and gorgeously scented. It's very sort of sparry.
Oh, see, I love that.
Oh, Badidas.
Oh, I'm gonna have a
Badidas.
look for this.
Or the Fengel. If I'm really feeling flush,
Ooh.
I get some Fengel.
Oh, I do like a nice bit of bath, nice bit of bubble bath, bath bomb, all that kind of good stuff.
A bath bomb. Oh, no, I don't like those.
Do you not?
No.
I like.
I can't walk past that shop.
No.
I have to hold my nose.
Ham's exactly the same.
Too
He'll not go
much.
in. If I want to go in, he'll not go in with me. I prefer a bubble bath because I like bubbles.
Yes.
I like a bit of bubbles.
We digress, but you know how it is.
So all I'm doing now is cutting it out. I've just popped some pins in as well, just to keep the 2 layers of fabric holded together, just to make it a bit easier.
Yep. So you're cutting out that letterbox.
The letterbox, yes.
Gotcha. Smashing.
And then when I remove the pins,
Oh, see, I love that already.
you sort of see how it just brings
Yeah,
that colour out then on the fabric.
it really does.
So it's worth mentioning as well here the zip pocket tool, because I use this tool to help me measure out where I'm going to put this. You don't have to have a zip pocket tool if you buy the zip overlays, but it's just a nice little handy extra.
Benny,
to have.
do we have the zip pocket tool? Yes, we do. We'll get those graphics up for you. So again, this comes in a 7, 8 and 9 inch version. All on one tool.
Yes, all on one tool.
All on one tool.
And again, you'll notice that that's not 7-inch, that's not 8-inch, that's not 9. It's half the measurement. Again, to keep it in a handy, compact size little tool.
Yeah.
So obviously wanted to make sure that if people were travelling with these kind of things,
You pop it on your fold.
Yes.
Now, you may be noticing at home that we've got teal, pink and now blue. Emily, blue?
Yes. So some feedback, and some people have sort of said that they prefer working in centimetres to inches, which is, I quite understand that. I could sometimes go between the two depending on what I'm doing for some
Oh,
reason.
you young thing, you.
I know. It's also last year of my 20s now, can I just say?
Oh. Don't get me started.
So the blue option will always be the centimetre option. So as opposed to it having 7-inch, 8-inch, 9-inch, it's just the centimetre conversion. There might be ever so slight difference in the size by, you know, a minuscule amount, just because I think 1 inch is 2.54 centimetres.
Gotcha.
And I didn't want to put on like a really long, you know, 15.675 centimetres. Like that to me is too confusing. So I've rounded numbers down or up.
Got you.
And then changed, you know, the sizes accordingly.
Can I still use the blue zip pocket
Yeah.
with the different zip overlays?
Yes.
They'll still fit?
Yes, and I think all the zip overlays have got the blue centimetre option. I think pretty much everything that's got inches on, you can now get in the blue option for
Got you.
centimetres. But if you've already got the inches and you buy, say, this in the centimetres, just sort of think that it goes in order of size. So like the smallest one on here will be the smallest zip overlay size, if that makes sense.
So you could mix and match them?
Yeah, definitely.
Awesome.
So all I've done is halved. So this is where I'm going to sort of have like the front of my bag. I've folded it in half and made myself a little bit of a crease. And I'm doing the 8-inch. So I'm going to line this right hand edge up with the fold that I've just made. And I'm going to draw the box. This is just so I know where to place the zip overlay. And I'm going to do the little line markings here, because that's then going to help us move it along and match it up to do the other side.
Got you.
And then those little line markers then, we're going to join together.
Oh, that's really neat.
So obviously that's where kind of
that's your cutting line.
The cutting line in the middle. So we can pop that to one side for the time being. And then I'm going to use some glue to put this in place. So you could pin it in place. And I think it was you that gave me the handy little tip of this.
Oh,
last time.
the 505
505,
glue.
and then I had to go and get myself some because I thought it was fabulous.
It's fab, isn't it? Are you enjoying using it?
I am, yeah. I like that I can see exactly where I've put the glue.
You really can.
Bright blue.
I like the thickness as well of the glue stick.
Yeah, it's nice and sturdy, isn't it, as well? Right. And then I'm going to pop this then, so it goes around the box that we've just drawn. And then I don't need to use any pins, even better. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to sew all the way around the outside of the zip overlay.
Oh,
so we're going to leave the box for the time being. We're going to do the outside. Obviously, I'm just going to slow down when I go around the swoop.
Gotcha.
Yeah, just nice. And if you've got speed control on your machine, that will be super duper handy.
Now, the details on screen are for the brand new zip overlay. This is that gorgeous swooped out edge. I sort of likened it to like a Victorian letterbox. Very elegant, very smart. You can choose green or pink. You've got your 7, 8, and 9-inch options, all on one tool, all in one pack. Absolutely brilliant value for £9.99. And Emily, you make all of these tools, don't you?
I
You
do.
manufacture
Yeah,
them.
both me and my dad manufacture them in lovely Barnsley.
It's a family affair.
Yeah, family affair.
So British made.
British made,
See,
Yorkshire
that's
made.
brilliant.
Yeah.
Yorkshire made even
Yeah.
better.
And hopefully that never changes. I'd like to keep it that way because I just feel like it's a nice little touch, I think.
Totally agree.
So yes, and family tend to get involved in packing everything together as well. So it's a big
Oh, I
family
get
affair,
that. Yeah.
Sam, bless him's packed up a lot of my tools.
Do you have to buy the beers and the wine for everybody for after they finish doing the packing? I'm just going to set this idea, okay, Mum, Dad, if you're watching, Sam, if you're watching, I think that there should be beer and wine and snacks at the end of it as a thank you for doing the packing. I speak as somebody, my husband has a business, you know, and we've spent years and years with him coming home with boxes full of scarves and saying, can you help me price these while we watch a film?
Yeah, see, we've watched a lot of TV, me and Sam, this past week or so while we've been packing.
But isn't it lovely at home, don't you think, to support somebody who's innovative and, you know, entrepreneurial and is doing it for yourself?
Yeah. I'm very fortunate. I feel very lucky that I'm surrounded by very supportive friends and family. So
Great.
Very lucky.
So you've sewn all around the outside edge?
Yep, so obviously I've done it in a nice brown colour so you can see me stitching. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to cut out the centre line that we drew in, and I'm also going to cut right into the corners.
Okay.
So I'm going to start off by doing this.
If at home you're thinking, now I've done a letterbox zip, Stuart, and this is all, where's the zip?
Yes.
You shouldn't be cutting till the zip's sewn. Don't worry, don't worry.
It feels wrong. Doing this zip overlay will feel wrong until you do it the first time, and then you'll just get used to doing it.
So when you cut into the corners, how far are you going?
I'm going as far as sort of the glitter fabric.
Got you.
Because we're going to sort of bend it back and hide it underneath. But all the tools as well come with full photo instructions, so don't sort of think you're left to it on your own. And I still keep hold of my instructions, like print them out myself, because sometimes you just need a refresher.
Yeah, for sure, you do. If I ever lose my instructions, Emily, is there a way back?
Just drop me a message and I will always be happy to email them.
Amazing, thank you.
Yeah.
If you're loving that floral fabric, by the way, I do have it.
It is beautiful, this fabric.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Really nice.
I haven't seen this before, but it is absolutely gorgeous. Kira Job, Whimsical Romance. Well, that sounds like my life.
Yes, whimsical.
Emily, a whimsical romance.
Oh.
Look though, how pretty is that?
I like how
Really
it's got lovely soft colours in it, because you can match it up then if you're doing sort of zip overlays.
Yeah.
You've got lots of different colours you could pick out.
Gorgeous. Beautiful for quilt making as well. It's 100% cotton. Really lovely. 749.5 metre. Cut to order, by the way, if you want this. Cut to order. Right.
So all I'm doing is now on the back, getting the fabric that I've just cut and hiding it. There we go. That's what it should look like. And now we're going to work on the actual pocket piece.
Okay, so at the moment that floral bit, that's the outside of my bag, or it might be the lining or something like that?
Yeah, it could be the lining, definitely, because why not celebrate the zips on your inside of your bag as well? Right, I'm just going to redo this.
Do we have any zip jigs left, Ben? No, they're all sold out.
So this is where it's going to feel slightly unnatural. So I'm just going to pop my zipper foot onto the machine.
While Emily's doing that, I just want to mention, we've got the zip pocket tool, okay, which is the 7 the 8 and the 9. There's also the zip pocket 2, which is 6-inch, 10-inch and 11-inch zips, okay? That's also available in centimetres. So if you go for teal or pink, then those are in inches. If you go for the blue option, that will be in centimetres.
Yes.
And that's brand new today.
Brand new today, the blue. Yeah. So we thought we'd do a completely different colour that we've not brought before and sort of differentiate them from
Fab.
blue is centimetres.
So just be aware when you're ordering, when you go for the colour, the teal and the pink will be in inches, 6, 10 or 11 inch. The blue option is centimetres.
Yes.
A message. Happy birthday, Emily, from Mum and Dad, Rebecca and Graham. Hello, Stuart.
Oh, thank you very much, Mum and Dad. Thank you.
And Graham and Rebecca, I hope you took note about the beer and wine and stuff after you've helped do the packing.
I'm gonna get back
I'm on
in
your
there
side.
To loads of messages going, yeah. To be fair, I couldn't make it into a little bit of a party, couldn't I, really? And just give it
Well,
to
that's what
anyone.
Charlie always does with me. Kind of makes it
night.
fun by attaching wine to it.
Sorry, guys.
Right, so fabric, what are you doing there?
So this is going to be the pocket. So obviously I've got plain fabric, but whereas normally we'd be wanting to pop the zip on, right side face down, and then when we turn it, you know, there's going to be no raw edges. We're going to kind of do it a bit different to that. So fabric, and I'm going to do the zip right side facing up. And I'm going to sew this side of the zip.
This all feels very different, but it all works because
Yes.
I've seen this before. It's a very, very clever method.
And I am using a zip foot, but I'm not getting too bothered about being too close, which you will see why later. So then we've got something that looks like that. And then we're going to do the same with the other piece on the other side. So it looks something
This is
like
the bit that feels odd because you're sewing that to
Yeah.
the right side of the fabric.
Yes.
But we've got raw edges. I know what you're thinking. I know it. Trust the process. That's a good modern phrase, isn't it?
Trust the process.
I never
yeah.
heard that. It came
Yeah.
up, a year ago, 2 years, something like that. Never heard that before. Trust the process.
1 second. There we go. I love a good saying and a good phrase.
Pardon me, say again.
I said I love a good saying or a good
Oh,
phrase.
me too.
Yeah.
Me too. What's your favourite inspirational quote? Do you have one?
Ooh. Just keep swimming.
Just keep swimming. I love that. I love that. I like eat, drink and be merry, for tomorrow we may diet.
I've not heard that one before.
We know it's from Shakespeare, the originally eat, drink and be merry, for tomorrow we may die.
Yeah.
But I just had the T on the end.
Oh, that's clever.
Where there's life, there's hope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When life gives you lemons.
Make a gin and tonic.
Make
limoncello.
Oh.
Oh, make lemon drizzle cake.
Well, do
Yeah.
you know what I've had for breakfast this morning? A lemon.
Spaghetti bolognese.
No, a lemon French fancy.
Oh, did you? I got the lemon French fancies in because it is Emily's birthday, if you hadn't noticed. And yes, I'd like to say I was being all magnanimous, but the lemon ones are my favourite. Not that I've been offered one, not that I would expect to be offered one, because I bought them for your birthday.
You are more than
Emily.
welcome to one. I have
Oh, right,
offered-
excuse me.
Get Sam to bring it in.
You could tie one to Freddie's collar.
Could,
and
yeah,
send him
send him
like
in,
a
yeah.
rescue dog.
He did want one, to be fair. He was like, can I have one? So this is what it should look like. Looks very random, I know, but again, trust the process. So we're going to keep it like this, laid out like, you know, sort of flat. And then we're just going to move the
So
zip.
raw edges uppermost, the zip pull uppermost. See, that's the
Yes.
other thing that would get a lot of people, that you think, but the zip pull has to be on the right side, so the seam shouldn't be there, but they are there. Trust that.
Yep. And then I'm going to get this all lined up. And then what we'll be doing now is then sewing the inner letterbox.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
So again, you could use glue again, I suppose, at this point.
Yeah, use some glue.
Use my pins. It's worth noting as well, we've spent both his birthdays together, haven't we, this year?
Well, that's true. You were here for my birthday.
Yeah. It's only fitting that you'd be here for mine.
I agree. I agree.
Yep, so now I'm going to sew all the way around the inner rectangle now.
Got you. And you're using a zipper foot for this?
Zipper foot, yeah. Just so you can get nice and close then to the edge of the zip overlay. But again, obviously you can see some of the zip tape. I'm not kind of worrying too much about hiding the zip tape, which is obviously what we'd normally do.
Yeah.
I am embracing it.
Well, that's the thing now. I think a lot of us are seeing a zip as being an attractive feature
Yes.
of a bag or a garment.
And I think, yeah, I'm here for that, because sometimes, you know, we get too het up about things being perfect, and we should probably embrace the imperfect. That's my quote of the day.
That's like a mantra.
It is, isn't it, that?
Embrace the imperfection.
Yeah.
Well, Tilda Fabrics talk about their perfectly imperfect world.
I love that.
I love that too.
Love that.
And they say that it's epitomised by wearing wellies with a party dress.
Sounds like something I'd do, that, actually.
Well, frankly, me too. Yes. But it's that whole, embracing the whole thing, enjoying the journey.
We're being very philosophical this morning.
Oh, it's because it's your birthday, we're
Yeah.
being reflective.
We've been reflective.
The last year of your 20s.
Yeah, next year, the big 3-0.
Is it? Ooh.
I don't feel that. I don't feel 29.
No.
Feel about, I don't know, 18 still probably.
Yeah. Well, don't let anybody tell you any different. Trust me, 29 is still very young.
And I'd like to think I don't look 29. I'd like to think I look younger.
29 is young.
Yeah.
Don't make me say it again. Oh, Bex has got in touch. She says, "Morning, Stuart, and happy birthday, Emily."
Oh,
I like saying, just because you're following a well-marked trail doesn't mean that whoever made it knew where they were going.
That's lovely.
Oh, Bex, that's deep. I need to mention the new overlay tool that we're talking about. Here it is. I've got it right here now. In fact, I'm going to open this one up and show you. I am very limited. I have got 4 green and I have got 5 pink. And that's it. 21 in baskets. This is what you get. Let me show you. You get your 7-inch, your, excuse me, your 8-inch, and your 9-inch. Okay, and it's this gorgeous scooped out design. This might be my favourite.
Yeah, I think it's mine, you know.
It's lovely.
Very
Remember, you
elegant.
place this on the fold, so this is 3.5 inches. Where? Oh, very,
So-
very limited. 4 of each left now. That's all. 4 of each.
So that's now all stitched in place.
Yep.
So the only thing left to do now is sew the sides of the pocket up. I'm going to flip this
Great.
down.
So you literally flip those together and sew
Yeah,
down the sides
and I'm
and
going
the
to sew
bottom.
down the side and the bottom. You'll probably find you need to trim the underneath pocket piece just because of
Yep.
how it's kind of been stitched in.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, we'll leave you to sew that,
Yep.
Emily. These are about to sell out. Now, I have some other overlay options. Let's start with the round because that's the most different. So this one has this gorgeous rounded profile. Now this one, we've got 3 colour options, teal, pink and blue. So look, here we go. So you've got that lovely rounded end. Very nice, this. 7, 8 and 9 inches. Also, teal or pink in inches. If you go for the blue option, that will be in centimetres. That will be in centimetres. So if you like working in metric, go for the blue. I like that. I like that. It's a bit modern.
It is.
Yeah. I'm saying it's a bit modern. We've been decimal since 1971. Which I know from personal experience is 53 years ago. But we're still saying, oh, it's a little bit modern, isn't it, doing centimetres?
Well, I'm a modern girl, what can I say?
But the thing is, I mean, inches are used a lot in sewing,
Yeah,
aren't they?
yeah.
Patchworking in sewing.
Yeah.
But whatever floats your boat. It's great that you've got the
preference,
option.
isn't it? Yeah, that's it. So I just thought, bring an option, see if people prefer to have the option of the centimetre.
I think it's good.
So that is.
Loads and loads of you putting the round end zip overlay in your basket. So do I make this in exactly the same way?
Exactly the same way.
process.
Nothing different other than obviously that you'll have a curve to go around, but still nice and straightforward.
Do you know what I like on this particularly? This rounded end, I think there's an opportunity to either do a little bit of embroidery
Oh yeah,
or a little covered button
yeah.
or even like a little applique or
Yeah. A
something.
rivet, you could put like
Some
a
rivets would be
in,
smart.
yeah, and then obviously that reinforces,
Yeah.
it being
Very
on there
nice.
then.
Just to recap, what kind of fabrics can I use on the zip overlays?
So it would be, I tend to use fabrics that don't fray, so think like your glitter vinyls, your faux leathers, but if you've got
Cork?
cork looks very nice. But if you've got, scraps of cotton, anything like that you want to do, either use like a heat and bond to hold it into place and that will stop the fraying, or use a nice decorative stitch on your machine, anything from a zigzag or a satin stitch as we've mentioned.
Yeah.
So just go all the way around and then again that'll stop the fraying. So you can essentially use any fabric.
Yeah, rather than apologetically hiding these things away, celebrate,
Celebrate 'em, yeah.
enjoy,
Absolutely.
make a feature. Right, this is the boxy zip over. This is the box. This is boxy. So this is the next one. Oh, this is yummy. Really like this. Now this is also available in blue, so that means that there is a metric version, a centimetre version. This is how it looks actually done in glitter fabric. How cool is that? So you've got this square end. Love this section at the bottom,
Yeah.
which is just a little deeper.
Yeah.
And again, I think you could add decorative stitches here. Really nice. Yeah.
That idea.
Just to add a bit of extra.
I do like a glitter fabric.
Me
It's
too.
lovely.
Yummy. So again, you get your 7, your 8 and your 9-inch zip overlays. Pink or teal is your inches. Blue is your metric. And then I've got one more zip overlay, which is the hexie.
See.
Here's the pleat tool. Sorry, beg your pardon, the hexie. And again, you've got a new blue option. So if you want to go with metric, you can. So just to show you there, you can see you've got that straight, and then you've got these sort of hexagonal ends. Pam's got in touch. She says, happy birthday, Emily. 29 is a wonderful age. It's my birthday on Sunday. Wish I was 29 again.
Oh, thank you, and happy birthday for Sunday.
Yeah, happy birthday, Pam. We're celebrating birthdays together.
Love
I'll
that.
be celebrating. Make sure you join me, won't you, on Sunday? Yeah. You're going to be able to tune in over the weekend?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
While we're relaxing.
It's a big one.
Yeah.
Big weekend.
It's a big, big weekend.
Big weekend.
Big weekend.
Yeah, it starts today. It started already.
Happy anniversary.
Thank you. Thank
3
you.
years.
Now, we've got another brand new. It's the brand new pleat tool. Is this an XL?
I call it pleat
Pleat
tool
tool
size
2.
2, but it's like the XL version
Here
of
it
the
is.
original.
Yes. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to grab the other version so that you can sort of see the size comparison, and I'll just lay them down here. So on my left, and the graphics that we've got are for size 2. So this is the original, which has, now this actually is in centimetres, and that's got a 2.5 centimetre, a 3, 3.5 and a 4. And the new pleat tool, which you can see is actually much larger, you've got a 4.5, a 5, 5.5 and a 6. So what is the pleat tool?
So originally, the idea behind the first pleat bag tool was when you're wanting to make lovely like little clutch bags, evening bags, perhaps little makeup bags.
So something like this?
Yeah,
Right.
it was a nice way to add not just shape, but kind of the depth on the bottom.
Yeah.
Without kind of using something like the boxy bag tool, which I'm sure we'll get onto that.
Yeah, boxed corners give a very kind of square, sort of tote bag, messenger bag style.
This is softer.
Yeah.
I'd say this is a softer approach to getting depth to the bottom of a bag.
Well, these are sort of more like your darts would create
yes.
shape,
Yes.
smoother curved shape in dressmaking.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
So the idea behind the second one, this bigger one, was I thought, well, why does it have to be that kind of shape in a small bag? Why can't we do it in a big bag?
Yeah.
Which obviously I have done.
So here, for example, and this is just really elegant. Love the shape of this. You've got this, I love the side profile.
Yeah.
I just think that is absolutely
Like a diamond,
yes.
isn't it? Like comes into a diamond.
And the way that the fabric actually emphasises that shape, it's really lovely. And then you get this, yeah, it's very, very elegant. Very elegant. How easy it is to use this.
Very easy.
Very easy?
Super duper easy.
Really?
I don't do difficult.
You get 4 different size options on the one tool as well. You get your 4.5, 5, 5.5 and 6. So you really could. The other thing, of course, you can do is you not only use this on the bottom of a bag, use it on the top of a bag.
Yeah.
Or use it on pockets.
Yeah, you could do it on a pocket and then stitch your pocket on top, definitely. There's multifunctional uses, which I like about my tools.
£10.99, only in the pink or green. And keep in mind, although these aren't blue, they are metric.
Yeah. I don't know why I did that when I first did that. It just felt right for them to be in centimetres.
It's the inventor's prerogative.
Yeah, I don't know why it just felt natural for these to just be centimetres.
Well, that's the thing about art. You
Yes.
shouldn't have to explain it.
Subjective, isn't it? Yes.
It really is. Now, if you haven't got the previous pleat bag tool, let me show you. Let me show you. So this, as you said, this is great for things like makeup bags, those smaller clutch bags, evening bags, but also as well for pockets, because you imagine this here, where you've got your pleats here. This could be a pocket on the front of something like a rucksack.
Yeah.
Or even a simple tote bag. You could have this gorgeous shaped pocket, loads of room to get inside. Because the problem with a slip pocket is it's completely flat.
Flat, yeah,
bag.
that would give it the depth it needs to fit more in
More
it.
room, exactly.
Yeah.
We need to be able to get a lot of stuff in our bags.
Absolutely.
This is the original pleat bag tool, $8.99. Comes in pink or teal. Again, pink or teal, but your measurements are in centimetres. But this is something where it's just, you know, it's nice to have different size options, but the actual sizes, whether they're inches, doesn't really matter.
No.
It's not integral to the
No,
overall
definitely
structure.
not. No.
Would you show us how to use this?
Of course I will. So I, again, use another tool with this, but again, completely not necessary. So I'm going to use the XL curve bag tool with this, because the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to use the piece that I've just done the zip overlay on, because I'm going to turn this into a bigger style bag. I'm going to curve the two edges.
Okay.
So I'm going to just use the 4-inch side here.
And do I have to use a particular size of curve to make the pleats work?
No, I would say you could use a smaller curve and then use a bigger pleat. It's just have an experiment and a mess around, definitely. There's no right or wrong with what goes with what with these tools. I think obviously like with the zip overlays and the zip pocket, they do kind of work with a specific size, whereas curve bag and pleat bag kind of you can cross sizes really.
Got you.
Right. So once I've done the curve, I'm going to cut it out, and obviously just be careful, obviously, because I've got the pocket underneath. I'm just making sure not to cut through that.
Right.
And then we can use this. And again, I tend to pop it sort of like, almost like diagonally on the corners, until that I get it in the right place on both. Let me just fold this. I'm going to fold it in half. Oh, and I'm going to use the 5.5 centimetres, I think.
Got you.
Yeah, and just kind of wherever you feel like it sits sort of naturally, it'll sort of sit naturally somewhere on the curve. But again, it won't matter if I did it slightly further round. There's
And
no
actually,
right or
Emily,
wrong.
I know we talk about you using calico to make toiles in dressmaking a lot.
Yeah.
But to get some calico and try positioning your pleat tool in, do a few mock-ups and just see the difference it makes to the shape.
Yeah, definitely.
Keep a record of them. Do it on one side where you actually make the pleat, and just draw the pleat on the other, so you've got a record of where the pleat goes and what the shape turns out.
That's it, definitely. And then you've got something to always go back to them.
So you've snipped out the triangle.
Snipped out the triangle. Let me just move that pocket, because I made the pocket a bit big. So you should be left with something that looks like that. And then we're going to stitch those together. I'm literally going to pop them right sides together. And I'm going to sew from the bottom up to the point at the top. And unlike darts in dressmaking, where you kind of got to be a bit more careful not to make them too pointy, you haven't got to be as sort of strict with that.
Fair
with
enough.
it being a bag. But
Little bit forgiving.
little bit forgiving, yes. And just use like a small seam allowance as well.
Okay. Do you taper towards the end of that?
Yeah,
You do?
yeah.
Taper in a bit. Do you still do dressmaking?
Yes, but just, do you know, I don't get a lot of time to just do sewing for myself, to be fair. But I am actually making a real conscious effort to make the time at the minute. So I've got a few nice projects lined up.
Yes.
And hopefully we get the time somewhere to do it.
Well, and you've got the camper van now, so I'm
Yes.
imagining you making lots of things to go in the camper van.
Yeah, well, do you know what? I've not made anything for it yet.
Bunting.
I've got, I had the idea that, because obviously we've got electrics and everything in the camper, that
Oh, haven't you just?
I
Go
want
on,
to
tell
be
everyone
able...
what you did this morning with the
Oh,
electrics.
yes. Oh, so my hair straighteners didn't want to turn on because they were too powerful for the electrics in the van. Thank goodness there is electrics here. Who knows what would have happened. But yeah, now I'm wondering whether my sewing machine inside the van's not going to quite work either.
Oh,
Sam's going to have to sort that one out because I have dreams of going on lovely holidays where we like in a lovely campsite and I'm just there inside sewing.
yeah, sewing.
That sounds blissful to me.
It does,
that.
me too.
So you can already see, let me just move that out of the way.
Oh yeah,
The
lovely.
depth that's now created.
Lovely.
So I'm going to do the exact same then on this one.
Cool.
Would it-
So this is using the curved corner tool and the pleat bag tool in combination.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to grab both of the curved corner tools. So this is the XL first. That's the one that Emily's been using. So you can get this in pink, teal or blue. The blue one will be the metric version. And you get a 1.5 inch curve, so quite a tight curve, 3.5, 4 and 4.5. So you don't have to use this with pleats in the corners, do you?
No, now you could just use it for if you just wanted to do like a flat bag.
Yeah.
Just curve your corners. Not just bag making, if you were doing like a little apron and you wanted to curve the corners, use it for that.
Placemats, table runner.
Placemats, table runners.
Quilts.
Quilts, yeah, for like, rounded appliques.
Yeah.
Essentially, it just eliminates you having to get all the pots and pans, mugs, plates out of the kitchen for a certain size. It's just a tool you can have handy. Yes.
Yeah, £10.99 with 4 different sizes. I love the fact that you get multiple sizes on every one of your tools, loads of different options. Mandy's messaged in with a very, very good message, actually. I'm just going to grab my glasses so I can read it properly. This is what happens when you get over 30.
You know, I have got glasses, to be fair,
Wow.
and I should wear them when I'm concentrating. I can't remember the last time I put them on, so...
Mandy says, happy anniversary, Stuart. Thank you, my darling. I love watching you on Sewing Street. I've learned so much. That's very sweet, thank you. Happy birthday, Emily.
Oh, thank you.
It's my birthday today too.
Happy birthday! Birthday twins!
Yes, yes. Happy birthday. She says, it's my birthday too, but I'm no longer 21. I'm into my 50s. Oh, well done you. Lovely. She says, I lost a dear friend not long ago, and it's a reminder to live each day and make the most of what we have. I couldn't put it better myself.
More.
It's so true.
It is very true. I completely agree. It's making me a bit emotional.
No, it's right though. Yeah. It's right. What does it say? Life's for living, hair's for dying.
Yes.
That's one of my favourite phrases.
Like that.
Do you like that? You can have that one.
Hair's for dying pink.
There you go. There you go. Exactly. At any age.
Yeah, absolutely.
Any age.
So I'm going to do exactly the same on this. What I would normally do is draw out both first and then sew them, so I know I've got them in the right place. So these might not quite be in the right place, but
I mean,
move
we're
on, it's fine.
embracing serendipity.
I love that. I love serendipity.
I love serendipity.
I
I love
think
saying the word.
I do. It's a lovely word.
Leslie Joy says, happy birthday to you all.
Oh,
To everybody who's got a birthday.
Thank
Aw,
you.
That's so inclusive, Leslie Joy. I love it.
Do you know what? It's funny because while ever I were at school, I used to hate having this birthday because 30th of August is like, I was the youngest in the year.
Yes.
Youngest of my friends to turn 18. And that were hard, that were brutal, that because I were watching all my friends, started going out clubbing and all this. And I was stuck at home.
And also like Sweet 16, everyone's in school summer holidays.
17 learning to drive, although I didn't learn to drive until I were about 20, I think I was when I learned to drive. But I just felt like I were watching everybody else do things that I wanted to do and couldn't do yet because of age restrictions and...
No. But now you can be, they'll all be, 30 and you'll be, oh no, still in my 20s.
Exactly, I'm going to say because my best friend's 30 in December and I'm like, wow, can't believe
you're that old.
You're that old. But then Sam's younger than me, so he's not 29 until next year. And he'll go, I can't believe you're 29, and he laughs at me.
Oh yeah.
come to you eventually.
Yeah, Charlie's 6 months younger than me, and there's this awful 6 months where he just gloats constantly
9 months
that he's
gloating.
younger.
Yeah.
I know.
How do we put up with it? Yeah.
Because we're bigger than that.
We are
Ellie.
bigger than that. Oh dear. I think now it's a privilege to turn the next stage.
Yeah, it is.
Isn't it? It's a privilege.
Yeah, it really is. It really
And I
is.
like being, like I said, like being the youngest now. There we go. And then it'll be a case of popping these right sides together.
Yep.
And I'm going to sew all the way around the curve, matching.
Fab.
So, do you know what? I've put them in exactly right place.
Hey.
Happy birthday to
Today's
me.
a good day.
That's it.
Now, I wonder if at this juncture, while you're sewing around there, I might mention a few fabrics.
Go for it.
We've got some rather gorgeous PU, faux leather, vegan leather, various different names for it. But what it is fabulous for bag making, easy to sew. You don't need a leather needle. You can use your regular universal needles, absolutely fine. Just look. All these fabulous colours. Use these with your zip overlay, use these with your curved corners, your pleat tools. We've more tools to go through as well, but let me just show you all these. Look at that, look at that. Absolutely gorgeous. So many lovely colours. I want to just mention this. Well, there's a couple that I'm going to mention because I've not seen them before. This is like a really dark metallic green. How beautiful is that? It does not have a code on it. That is beautiful. Metallic bottle. That is gorgeous.
Oh, that is very nice.
So easy to sew these as well.
Yeah, it is.
Absolutely yummy. Great for dressmaking too, of course. Make yourself a jacket.
Ooh, fabulous.
Or a skirt. Oh, a little biker jacket.
Yeah, a little matching set.
Or a little collarless jacket.
Yeah.
I love a collarless leather jacket.
Yeah,
Or
nice.
$7.99. Really soft and easy to sew, okay? Really soft and easy to sew. That's per half metre, cut to order. I've also got like a metallic, I'm going to call it Cabernet Sauvignon, because it's actually, as well as being your birthday, it's also World Cabernet Sauvignon Day today.
I'm quite happy to share that day.
I mean, if that isn't permission,
I know what
don't
I'm
know
doing
what is.
later.
We've called it berry, okay, but look at that. And I just love when you scrunch your pleat, you know, the effect. Or if you add pleats into whatever you're doing. And you can easily do lovely pleats in a bag, for example, like this kind of inverted box pleat, like this. You know, either on the bottom of a bag or on the top edge of a bag. And I just love the effect that you get from doing that. So that's berry. Metallic berry. I've also got some of your sort of classic metal colours. I've got a lovely soft gold. This is just a soft gold. I'm going to compare it actually while I'm here with the hard gold. No, it's not hard, but look at the difference. So there's a deep and a light. So this is the deep. We'll do the light first, but I mean, yummy. Yeah, I would put the two together.
Oh, me too.
Light gold bag. Dark gold zip overlay.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Sort of like brass hardware.
Yeah,
like,
really nice.
Oh, yeah.
Really nice. This is wider than quilt weight cotton, by the way. This, I think, given the amount of stretch across my body, this is 60 inches wide, or certainly 58. Yeah. So you get a lot of fabric for your money.
You do. You could make quite a couple of different bags from that.
2 or 3, yeah.
Yeah,
You could.
definitely.
Deep gold next. Deep gold next. Oh. We've actually called this copper.
I think, yeah.
Who knows why?
More of it is like a deep gold, like
It's a
you
deep
said.
gold.
Yeah.
It's a deep gold, absolutely.
Let's just rename them all to what
Shall
we think.
we?
Yeah, I think
Let's
we
do
should. Let's
that.
go rogue.
Gorgeous. Love that. Did I already do silver?
No, I don't think
I haven't
you
done
have.
silver.
No.
I've discarded silver and I haven't done it. No, lovely. Silver next. This is very, I lost my heart to a Starship Trooper. Don't you think? Yeah, boots. What is that?
Ooh, yeah.
Or boot toppers. I love a boot topper.
That sounds fabulous.
Yeah. Or, you know, just, I love like a simple, you could make a tote bag
Yeah.
in silver pleather.
Yeah, just a really, like that gold, I've done that gold clutch bag.
Yes.
It's very plain, isn't it? It's,
Yes.
It's on the front underneath a little makeup bag.
This one here.
Just dead simple, but the
Really
fabric
easy.
just kind of speaks
Yeah,
for itself,
it
doesn't
does. Like a little purse,
Yeah.
something like that. That's the silver. And, oh, do you know, I'm just going to mention the mustard because great colour for this time of year.
And it goes nice with that cotton fabric.
Well,
doesn't it?
true. Let me just open that out next to it for 1 second.
Oh, yes.
Look.
That is a match made in heaven, that one.
It really is.
That'd make a beautiful bag.
That's the mustard PU. And it's lovely and matte as well, isn't it? It's a very sort of fine-grained one, this. It's almost completely smooth. It is lovely. Absolutely gorgeous. Just a little tip, by the way, if you get like where you can see where it's been folded, wrinkled, that kind of thing, you can iron PU from the back, okay? It's like a flock back. You can iron from the back. Lowest setting on your iron. Or if you're ever concerned about doing that, just iron your ironing board, get that nice and warm, then put your fabric down on top of it, and then just, if you've got a clapper,
Yeah.
fine. If you haven't, a heavy book,
Yeah, yeah.
something like that, and just hold it in place until it cools.
Oh, I
and then
love
that'll be
that
gone.
tip. Love that.
You'll be able to get rid of the wrinkles. All right, we'll leave the PUs for there. Let's talk more tools, shall we?
Yes.
Less than half an hour left. Let's grab, what's next? The curved bag tool. We did the XL, the curved corner tool. So this is your standard size. So you're going to use that for things like this gorgeous little clutch bag here, for example. So this is also available in blue. Now remember, the blue is your metric option. So pink or teal has inches, and you get 4 sizes on one tool. 1 inch, 2 inch, 2.5, and 3. Okay. That's your curved corner tool. And you can use that here on the bottom of bags. You can use that on your bag flaps. Very useful there.
Yeah, it definitely is, because you could do more of a square bag, like boxy bag, but then still do a flap.
Yeah, do you know, I always curve the corners on a flap now. It just looks so much nicer.
It does, yeah, I agree.
So much nicer. Lovely. Pocket tops as well. Or pocket bottoms, you know, you can also do it there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because you could do your curve, and then if you want to do a pocket with a curve around the bottom, all you do, use your curve corner tool, mark and cut, okay, and then just where you want to do the fold, stitch around with maybe a slightly longer stitch length, and then that will help you to turn. Having the stitched line there helps you turn.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you can also pull the threads up a little bit just to pull the curves in nice and smoothly.
Yeah. Ooh.
Give it a little press, top stitch it. Easy.
Yeah.
$8.99, it's great value as well.
Yes.
They are pocket money prices.
They are pocket money
Really?
prices. I like a bargain. What can I
Yeah,
say?
but they are though, and it saves so much time. It gives you that consistency. I know we all go into the cupboards
Yeah.
and get the saucer and
Yeah.
the egg cup. And
Which is great, isn't it, when you need something specific and you haven't got it, but this just, yeah.
love the consistency.
Yes.
Love the consistency.
Exactly.
Remember, there is an XL version as well. If you like to go big, the XL has 1.5, 3.5, 4 and 4.5. So kind of fills in a little gap here and there and also expands the sizes. Pink or teal in inches, blue is centimetres, yeah? The pink, I just need to let you know, we don't even have teens, all right? 17 in baskets, we don't have enough. If you want the pink version, grab it, grab it, grab it. Right, we've got some boxy bags. So this is more for our boxed corners.
Yes, box corners. So obviously depending on what size you use, you can do all sorts of different things. So that little sample there just shows you that you don't need to just use it for bags. I've made a little bits and bobs, little basket, fabric basket.
How cool is that?
Use the foam stabiliser inside to give it that structure.
Yeah. So it's such a simple way, isn't it? Because you just need a front and a back.
Front and a back.
You box the corner and then you've got a base, you've got sides,
Yeah.
you've got depth.
Yeah.
Love that.
Could make yourself a little one to pop your tools in maybe,
Yeah.
just as an idea.
And also as well, you can use these on the top of bags as well to
Top of
create
bags,
that
yeah.
cube shape.
Yeah, cube like boxy makeup bags, yes. So as well as doing it on the bottom, you can do it on the top as well.
Fabulous. Should we do the original boxy bag?
Yeah.
Okay. Only available in green and blue. Ignore the fact that mine is orange. Green or blue. So the blue one will be metric.
That's the blue.
There's the blue one. Oh, you've got the blue one, Emily.
Yes.
There's the blue. That's metric. Cool. Yeah, like that. So this has got your 3 inch, 3.5, 4, and also this is the Boxy XL. Is that that isn't the original, is it?
No, that's the X. I don't think we've got any of the originals.
Oh right,
Time
sorry.
We've only got
Sorry,
the Boxy Bag
right.
2
Boxy XL. Yeah.
and XL, yeah.
Yeah, beg your pardon. So this is the Boxy Bag XL. So this is for those larger bags. Or something like this. Is this one using the XL?
I think I used the Boxy Bag 2 for that
Oh,
one.
did you?
I think
so you can get quite a wide base even using...
Yeah, I think I used the 2.75 inch on that. On the Boxy Bag 2 for that. Yeah, but you can basically make anything from being really quite small up to like your big weekend overnight bags, beach bags.
Yeah. And also as well with something like this with like the 4-inch corner here, so that would create essentially more or less an 8-inch base to the bag. So we're talking now, that's your weekend bag, or you're sort of in your shopping trolley where you scan and pack.
Yes. Ooh.
So you can get your bottles in there, your loaves of bread, your tins.
Your cheese, your wine.
Oh, stop it. You're making me hungry now. Do you know what? I could just eat a lemon fancy.
No, I don't know who'd have a lemon fancy somewhere. Maybe we'll have to get that sorted.
Exactly. Definitely past my tea time.
Yeah.
So that's the Boxy Bag XL. We've also got the Boxy Bag 2. So these are smaller sizes. Look at the variety of sizes you've got here. This has been absolutely flying out. So you've got your 2 centimetre, your 3, you've got 4.5, you've got 6, and you've got 7. There's a lot there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3 as well. So 2, 3, 4.5, 6, and 7. 5 different sizes.
Yep.
One tool.
Yeah, obviously on yours, your 2 centimetre one there. It's just one. It just felt natural to just pop it in the corner there.
Brilliant.
Sometimes you only want a little itty bitty. Again, like a little clutch bag, but you just wanted that. Just tiny little bit of room.
Yeah, yeah. Or something like a pencil case or makeup brush bag where you just want a little bit of depth.
Yeah, but not too much. That would be the perfect size.
Yeah, fabulous. £10.99 again, brilliant value. Pocket money prices, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, excellent. Really good. This is the new blue. This is the metric version. Rather lovely colour as well.
It is a nice blue. And they said pick a colour per centimetre, and I thought blue. We've not done like
Agreed.
a blue yet, so I thought that were a nice blue.
Very nice, very nice. Luann's got in touch. She says, Happy birthday, Emily, from your other work family.
Yeah.
We've been watching you.
Oh, hi,
you and Julie.
everyone.
Ah, making you work on your birthday.
Yeah, well, I booked the day off and then come here.
Donna's also got in touch this morning, Stuart, and everyone. Happy anniversary, Stuart, and happy birthday, Emily.
Oh, thank you very much.
It's a total weekend of celebrations.
Yeah,
this.
that's it.
So next we're going to do the zip panel tool. This is a bit different, isn't it?
It is.
The zip panel tool. So this comes in, so you get the 6-inch, 7-inch and 8-inch zip panel tool, and you also get your zip tab. Now I love, love, love this zip insertion. I'm just wondering, Emily, if I've got one over here.
I've got some little sampley bits.
You think I've got one over here? Yes, I
the
have.
bottom two,
Yes, I
yeah,
have.
that's it.
Right, so for example, here's a bag. Could be a tote bag, you know, lots of lovely little features on this. But it's all about the closure inside here. Now, you could have a loop and button, you could have a zip right across the top, but actually what I love is that recessed zip. We discovered that originally the idea of this was that you could lay your umbrella
Yes,
on
and that's
top.
what they were originally invented for, weren't it? Which I learnt when I was here one day. Never knew that before.
But I love the fact that you've got this sort of almost hidden
Yeah.
recessed zip. And these are very smart. They look really effective. But I think they throw a lot of people with how you do it
Yeah.
and how you put the whole bag together.
Yeah.
So will you show us that?
Of course, I will, yes.
Grab your zip panel tool. This for me, this is the one that I really need.
Yeah.
This one.
You like this one, don't you?
You get full instructions.
Full instructions again, full photo instructions.
Okay.
Where has my pen gone there?
Ben, the producer's just saying to me, Emily, before you do your demo, he wants
Yeah.
me to just quickly go through everything else because we've
Yeah,
got 50
no, that's
minutes left.
absolutely
so
fine.
my
I'll be
apologies,
getting
that's
ready.
my fault. You get yourself ready and I'll just run through. Quilt binding holder. I think you launched this on our last show. I think this is
did.
terrific. So this absolutely flew. We sold out. This is your quilt binding holder. So effectively here you have got, it's almost like a big bobbin, isn't it? That you wrap your binding around so that it keeps it flat, it keeps it well stored, folded, ready to sew on. And then you can keep it there, and actually as you sew it on, this will just unravel just to keep your binding pristine as you sew it on. Or in fact, if you make your binding in advance, or you want to make bias binding for dressmaking, you can do it in advance, pop it on your quilt binding holder, and you're ready to go. Fab little tool that. Loads and loads of these in baskets. Just pink and teal. What's the width on that, Emily, the internal width?
Oh, good question.
Oh, good question.
No,
Sorry, I put you on the
it's
spot.
okay. I've got one here actually, and I can measure it.
No worries. $7.99, just pick teal or pink. Loads in baskets. Remember the colour option is just a drop-down menu. You just pick the colour that you want.
2.5 inches.
2.5 inches. I should have known that really. That's the size of your binding, isn't it? 2.5 inches. Perfect. Perfect. That's that. Bunting. Bunting. When I said, Emily, sewing things for the camper van, I must admit I was thinking bunting.
Yes, I like
Can't
it.
really have a camper van without bunting.
Can I really?
In
Almost
this
should be
set,
against the law, that shouldn't it?
I think it is actually. I think you'll find it is. You get 2 different sizes of bunting. Look at that. So you get your little handle as well. So you can on your fabric, and I would layer the fabric right sides together, 2 layers, front and back. Yeah, mark and cut your bunting out. Sew the 2 sides, turn it through and press it, and then obviously just put some bias tape over the top and stitch it down. You've got your larger, you've got your smaller. You could alternate them for some very pretty sort of jagged bunting. You could also overlay this. So effectively it was like this. You know what I mean? So you've got 2 layers of bunting, or like this, couldn't you? That would be lovely actually as a Christmas, you know, there's like Christmas mantle covers we have on your fireplace.
Yes, I think I know what you mean, yeah.
You know, all the little pennants.
Yeah.
And you could put tassels, you could put bead tassels on the end. Really make
Pom-pom,
it
we said this every
Pom-poms.
time, we love a
Yeah.
bit of pom-pom.
Absolutely lovely. That's your bunting templates, 2 sizes. You get both. You get both. And these also work with Emily's alphabets and numbers.
Yes.
So if you want to make personalised bunting, you need this. This is the alphabet. These are your alphabet stencils. So again, 3-dimensional, easy to handle and use, easy to draw around if you like doing fusible web.
Yes.
So we'd put that on our fabric first. And then obviously you can do the reverse for fusible, or the right side if you were cutting out something like cork or vinyl.
Yeah, yeah, if you were straight on fabric, do it that way.
Yep.
Do it on the reverse if you're doing it on like Bonder web, something like that.
1 3/4 inch tall, 1.5 inches wide. So again, they fit beautifully with the bunting, the small and the large.
Yes,
actually.
small and large, yeah.
Yep.
Doesn't look too lost on the big and doesn't look too much on the small, just right size for both.
Just thinking of Yorkshire there.
Yes.
Ripon.
Ripon, yeah.
Lovely place.
It is.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Some lovely places in Yorkshire.
Lipon. That's before you go out, isn't it? Have I got me lip on?
Yeah.
I always think a strong lip. I'm also thinking,
Yeah,
I mean, I
tea.
don't drink it, but
I like iced tea, Lipton iced
Lipton iced
I had
tea.
some Lipton iced tea yesterday.
lemon iced tea,
Yeah,
beautiful.
lemon.
But really, that just shows the versatility. We've gone from Ripon to Lipon
Yeah.
to Lipton.
That's how we do things round here.
Right, numbers and punctuation. This is the last thing, and then I can let Emily demo. Oh, Ben, you're a taskmaster. These are the numbers. You've got all your numbers 0 to 9. You've also got your things like commas, full stop, exclamation mark. You've got a hashtag. You've got an ampersand. You've got quotation marks. It's all there. It's all there. Right, Emily, back to
Right,
you.
so what we need to do with this is we need 6 pieces all together with the zip panel tool. So again, this will do technically it'll do 6 different sizes. So it'll do a 6-inch zip panel, 7-inch, 8-inch, or it'll do 12, 14 or 16 if you put it on the fold. So I have halved my fabric. I'm going to do an 8-inch one. And I've halved the fabric just so that then when I've pre-drawn around it, but I've just drawn around the edge for the 8-inch one. If I were doing the 7-inch, it'd be round the edges and then obviously through this little gap here. Same if I was doing the 6. So I've already gone round it twice. Fabric's folded so I can just easily then just cut this out. But yeah, if you were to have popped it on the fold like that and then cut it out, you can obviously do technically the 6 sizes in one, really.
Perfect. Even more value.
Yep.
I like that you've got your zip tabs on there as well, because I always
Yes.
put a zip tab on a bag.
I like a zip tab.
Me too. It's smarter, but also it's a chance to do a little accent colour or a little something special.
Yeah, keeps everything looking just finished and tidied. So we've got 4 of these.
Okay.
And then the zip tab, again, I've just got my fabric folded in half and it's just drawing round this, which I've done. And we want 2 of these. Just snip down.
So did you do that on the fold as well?
I've just done it on the fold just for ease, but I will cut down the fold
I
then
gotcha.
to separate it in this case. And that's the same size regardless of what size zip panel that you
Understood.
need.
Can I use this with size 3 and size 5 zip?
Yes, you can, definitely.
Awesome.
Definitely.
See, I ask all these questions so you don't have to.
Exactly.
I didn't used to know, Emily, what a size 5 zip was.
Well, I didn't actually, to be fair, until I really started these tools. I just...
A zip's a zip.
A zip's a zip, yeah. It was just like, that's a chunkier zip.
Yeah,
It's not...
It's a coat zip.
Yeah.
Yeah, who
We
knew?
learn something new every day. Every day is a school day.
It is.
So I'm going to turn all these 4 pieces now so that the right side's facing down. Because what I want to do is turn a little hem on all the short edges. Not a big hem, sort of like a quarter of an inch roughly. Just make sure that they're all, so you can be a bit more accurate.
Yeah. Well, over half the stock of this is gone. This is my top tip for today, actually, this tool. I think
This
it's
is your
brilliant.
favourite, this one, isn't it?
Well, I love the zip and the close, because it's a zip and a closure and it's smart, it's lovely, it's a bit clever as well. Christine's got in touch. She says, "Good morning, gorgeous Emily."
Oh, thank you.
And Stuart Hillard. Happy birthday, Emily, and happy anniversary, Stuart. It's all party, party, party.
Party,
at
party.
Sensational Sewing Street. Oh, Christine. Maria's got in touch. She says, "Morning, gorgeous Stuart, my sewing friend." You've kind of reset the balance there, Maria. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. I can carry on now. Happy anniversary and happy birthday, Emily.
Oh, thank
Oh, what's it like to be 29 again? Hey, Stuart.
Do you know
See,
what? I
you
don't,
gave with one hand and took with the other.
I don't feel any different to what I did yesterday, to be honest. So,
No, no.
no. I'd forgotten this morning. I'd forgotten until Sam said happy birthday when I woke up. I'd forgotten.
You've forgotten?
Yeah.
Gosh. Take those cakes back.
Well, I've not forgotten now. As soon as I came here, I'd definitely not forgotten. Oh, dear.
Oh, this is a good inspirational quote from Pam. She says, "Life isn't about waiting for the storm to pass. It's about learning to dance in the rain."
Oh, beautiful.
Oh,
Oh,
that made my heart flutter.
yeah.
True, it can really make you think about things in a different way, though, can't it, sometimes?
Can.
Just a different perspective.
Yeah.
Love that. Love that. Keep coming in with your inspirational quotes.
Please
We love
do.
them.
And then I'm going to do the same on the 2 short edges of the zip tab as well.
Pink has now sold out.
Team
This is
Pink.
in the zip panel tool. The pink is sold out. We've got teal, but I don't even have teens. Blue, barely teens. Barely. We've got no pink. We've got no pink.
Okay, so I'm going to get one of these pieces right side face up. I'm going to pop, obviously my zip's a lot longer than what it needs to be. I'm going to pop the zip on top, right side face up, and then another one of these right side face down. And I'm going to sew all the way along this side of the zip. And obviously this is almost like we've just hemmed it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And again, I'm going to use a zipper foot. Up to you if you want to, like, again, if you want to embrace the zip, embrace the zip. You don't have to get as close to the, there's no right or wrong really with it.
The thing is though, Emily, these days, I mean, Charlie was sourcing in China just recently and he brought back black and white stripy zips, like bright purple metallic,
And why would you want to hide that?
leopard print.
I've got my leopard print jeans on.
leopard print zips.
Yeah.
Zebra print zips. So these are not meant to hide away. These are meant to be out and proud.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Gorgeous.
Oh, I love that.
We've got about 2 minutes left.
Have we?
Yeah. Can you sew really quickly?
Yep, so I'll show you how to. So,
I'm sorry to rush you, darling.
what I'm going to do now then is to attach these bits together.
Yeah, it's how you do this
Yeah.
bit that's the kind of clever bit.
So I'm going to unzip this.
Yep.
Obviously pop these. Hang on 1 second. Forgot myself now, my brain's gone blank because you're rushing me. Yeah, no, that's right how I've done it.
That's it, yeah.
Yeah. So unzip it, and I'm going to stitch it right sides together.
Gotcha.
And then the reason we've kept that unzipped is because you can kind of use that as your leverage.
Cool idea, yeah.
Obviously, you would do the same on the other side. And then essentially, when you're popping it in your lining, before you put your bag together, so if this was your lining, so this is the right side of your lining, you would just pop it a bit further down than the top, so it then becomes more hidden. But you could put it further up and just top stitch it on like that, and then you do the same with the other side, and then it sits in the middle then.
Brilliant. Yeah, it's such an easy, and you put your little zip tabs on either end.
So your zip tabs, you would just sew down each little side, turn it through. Obviously, imagine then when that's stitched together.
Yeah.
You would just
Because
slip
actually,
it
I
on.
do really like that, because when you've got your bag and you want to open your bag, what's really nice is having that extra zip to be able to hold. If that's in the bag itself,
Yeah.
you've nothing to hold, you can actually hold that
To
to
open it up.
open the
Yeah.
zip, haven't you? And also to close the zip. That's amazing. Right, we are out of time, Emily. Amazing. Thank you so much
Thank you.
coming in on your birthday, for bringing your brand new
My
tools.
pleasure.
Enjoy the rest of your birthday.
Thank you very much.
Do something lovely tonight. You're off to Wales for a few days.
We're off to Wales in the camper van, so that'll be nice.
Have a fab time.
Thank you
Straight
very
from
much.
here?
Straight from here, yeah.
Oh, well, the holiday begins now.
Well, that's it. It's spot on, really. It's
Enjoy.
perfect. Thank you very much, and thank
thank
you, everyone.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for all your lovely messages for Emily, and for me as well. It's very kind. All right, we are going to go to a break now. When we come back, I'm going to be joined by the fabulous Suzie Duncan. We've got a brand new Kaffe Quilt Kit and a fabulous price. Stick around. I'll see you after this.
Wow, I can't believe it's been 3 years since I joined the Sewing Street team. Where do those years go? You know what, we're doing a massive celebration to really make something of my 3 years here at Sewing Street. We've got some amazing guests with me over the weekend, including our fabulous Delphine Brooks. We've got Gary from Dukey, Joe's here from Storage for Crafts, and our wonderful Suzie Duncan too. Loads of different projects, loads of fabulous products, and celebrations galore. It wouldn't be a celebration without you, so I hope you'll join me here on Sewing Street for my 3rd anniversary weekend. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches, and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with Split Pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Do you know, I love it when Susie's here because you're a passionate quilter like me and we always get talking. We were so in depth there talking quilting, weren't we?
We were.
Oh my goodness. Susie, great to have you back.
Thank you.
We're both channeling autumn today, I feel.
We are, yes. Well,
It
it
is
was
that
a
time
little
of
bit
year.
chilly this morning when I got up at 4:30.
Very much. Just the sort of time of year that I start thinking about quilt making, and especially those lovely lap quilts that you can put around your shoulders, over your lap, maybe sitting outside, maybe inside. It's too early to put the heating on. You don't want to start lighting a fire or... So the lap quilts come to their own for me this time of year.
Yeah.
This is a gorgeous one. Now, Susie, I always believe in being honest. When I saw the picture on the... I wasn't instantly drawn. The minute I saw the quilt top, I was like, I love it. I love it. Isn't it funny?
Yeah, it's... But I often think digital imagery never does fabric justice.
No, it doesn't.
Because, yeah, the vibrancy in the real fabric
It's true.
doesn't come through on the picture.
No.
And I also think in real life, because of that increased brightness, you get a different perspective on the shapes.
You completely do. You completely do.
Yeah.
It's such a beautiful quilt, and standing right next to it, it is absolutely gorgeous. I love quilts that look interwoven, intertwined, interlinked, you know, somehow. And this is ever so clever. You might be able to see where the block is, but I think actually when you stand back and look, there is that moment where you think,
which bit's the block?
I can't see where the block go, you know, how this goes. So it's very clever, but also very easy to make.
Oh, hideously easy. I should say.
An easy quilt.
It is easy. But
I think it's gorgeous.
2 blocks. So.
And it's that lovely sort of combination for me of kind of autumn leaves and clear blue skies.
Yeah.
That's what September is about for me. Really lovely. It's called Surrounding Fences. Gorgeous quilt. Size-wise, this is 158 centimetres square. Do you know what that is in inches?
60 something, is it?
58?
58.
We think 58.
Yeah, I think with binding.
We will check.
Yeah.
It's the absolutely perfect. Throw on the bed, throw over yourself, on the sofa. 62 inches square.
Yeah, I thought it was about 60.
62.
Yeah.
62. Yeah.
So actually, if two of you are snuggled on the sofa, it would be enough for that.
I'm down.
Yeah.
I'm there. I'm there.
Or keep one in your car
Yes.
with the winter months coming on.
That's a good idea too.
My car boot has a quilt, pair of wellies, pair of slippers.
Slippers.
Yeah. Well,
that.
we have a no shoe policy on carpeted floors.
Yeah.
So I take a pair of slippers wherever I go so that I can put my slippers on when I get to someone's house.
You're a very good house guest.
Rather than...
Come round any time. Shall we dive in?
Yeah.
Let's dive in. Have a look at what you get in the kit. By the way, that price on screen, you are paying nowhere near. Susie, may I just squeeze you along a
squeeze
tiny
me over.
bit?
This is
Sorry,
hot at the
darling.
moment, so do be careful.
That's all right. That
You got
filthy
enough?
eye.
Yeah?
A filthy board.
No, well-loved board.
Well loved.
There you go. I'll move
exactly.
that off head and you've got more room.
Well, I always say I'm very suspicious on cookery programmes when they're using a pristine casserole.
Yeah.
I think, well, he don't cook. Oh, look at that. That's a bit of all right.
Yeah,
Looks a bit
lovely
of me.
colours, isn't it? I mean, that just, as you said earlier, is very autumnal, those colours.
They really are.
But equally summery as well.
Yeah,
really
you've
bright.
got that lovely warmth.
And this would make a fab picnic blanket as
Yes,
well.
yes.
It's big enough for a family of 4, 5, 6
Yeah,
to sit
absolutely.
round.
You've also got that fabulous lime and grey polka dot, again from Fassett. You've got guinea flower, one of my favourites of Kaffe's.
Yeah, and because you can fussy cut that one. And
You can.
With this particular design, you're not fussy cutting, but you still get that nod of flower every so often. Yeah.
You do, because it's not too big a scale, is it?
No.
And then Aboriginal dots, one of my favourite
Yeah, that's
Fassett
one of my
fabrics, actually.
favourites.
Is it?
Yeah.
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 I think that's a beautiful fabric combination.
Thank you.
Now, you also get your full quilt pattern, including all of your cutting instructions, your piecing instructions, and your layout. Very, very easy quilt to make. What sort of skill level do I need to be, Susie?
You could do this as a beginner.
Yep.
And you'll be learning. It's a really good test of your 1/4 inch and
Yep.
your seam matching. But it's also a new technique because you're going to be doing strip piecing and also your snowballing of corners. So if you've never tackled that one, it's a nice one to do.
Yeah.
And it's, as you said, because it's just it's the same block, but you do 2 mirror images, a mirror image.
Okay.
As well, then it means that you can chain piece. So
Right.
it is a very quick make from that point of view.
So for more experienced quilt makers, something you can make in a weekend.
Yeah.
If you're a beginner quilt maker, you're learning strip piecing,
Yeah.
fundamental,
Yeah.
and snowballing or stitch and flip corners.
Yeah.
Again, a real fundamental to modern patchwork piecing by machine. Again, it's 62 inches square. This is completely achievable from start to finish quilting on a domestic sewing machine.
Definitely, yes. It's not, you just roll as
Yeah.
you go
Yeah.
and you'll be fine.
Yeah,
And
this is the sort of size that anybody could quilt on
yeah,
their own machine.
absolutely, yeah.
Beautiful, love that. Gorgeous combination of fabrics. I'm just going to open them out actually so you can see
Yeah.
just how much fabric you're
There's
getting.
a lot of fabric
So-
in this kit.
There's a lot, and also really lovely fabrics.
It is.
So look at the size. So this is your Aboriginal dots. There is loads of this.
There is, yeah.
Are they quite generous amounts?
They are generous, so as a beginner you don't have to worry when you're starting to cut. There's enough left over, so you could probably do a few more blocks if you wanted to continue it and make it slightly larger, or increase the size of your borders, or make it reversible by doing a few blocks for the back.
Do you know,
So-
the deputy and I were only talking yesterday about pieced backings.
Yeah, I usually do double-sided quilts because
Nice.
it gives you options.
Dual
then, doesn't
duty,
it?
absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
And I
Look
don't know about
at
you,
all
but
of this.
I'm trying to de-stash, so it's another way of de-stashing.
Oh, okay, fair. Yeah, yeah.
Because
yeah.
you can use that rather than have like the bit left over from the kit that you then don't know what to do with. And there's
True.
only so many cosmetic bags and pods that I can make in my
This
life.
is true.
So I think, well, why don't I use it up on the back? Even if you
Yeah.
just strip piece it,
Yeah, yeah.
it
Yeah.
just makes the back interesting as well.
Or those leaders and enders
Yeah.
that we put through sometimes,
Yeah,
or
anything like that.
anything at all.
Yeah.
Do you know, I am really impressed with the amount of fabric.
It is a huge amount, isn't it?
Look, and even this. Will you grab one side,
Yeah,
please,
sure.
Susie? Look. I mean, every one of your fabrics, you're getting this sort of size piece of fabric. I think that's terrific, actually. And I'm just going to say as well that possibly you might even be thinking, you know what? I'm going to do a runner, some cushions. I'm going to use these fabrics. I'm going to use Susie's design, but I'm going to mix and match this a little bit differently. You've got a lot of fabric there
You have.
to play with.
Yeah, yeah. Do one more block and you can make a lovely cushion to go alongside it, or put it on the back of your and turn it into a quillo. So it will
Yes.
fold up as a cushion.
We
that
love a quillo.
You can throw in the back of the car or leave on the side of a
You've done a
sofa.
quillo pattern.
I
You
have.
have, haven't you? Yes.
And they're just such a handy thing. I made two to take when I went to the Minack Theatre. So we use those as seat pads because you sit on stone.
Yes, not good.
And then I said, well, if it goes cold, we can
Yeah.
just flip it.
Was everyone looking at you enviously?
Of course.
Yeah, I bet they were. Right, let's do something special with that price. Just take a moment. $174.99. 3 split pays, interest free. Let's see what the split pay is. $58.33. So $58.33 to get the quilt home. Let's do something special, Ben. Let's do something really special. And let's keep those 3 split pays. So $109.99, I can't even do the maths, but I know that's over £60 saving. 0% interest on $36.66. Are you kidding me? $36.66 is your split pay. Here we go. Right, now be quick because everyone's been waiting to see the price drop. There it is. It's a £65 saving. This is a big quilt, 62 inches square, but also completely achievable on your domestic sewing machine. You can piece it. No need for quilt as you go. You can quilt the whole thing. You've only got to get 30.5 or 31 inches into your sewing machine space. You can get that even into a small quilt, a small sewing machine. All of this beautiful fabric. There is so much there, and your pattern. That is a gorgeous palette.
It is lovely.
It is
It's
a
really
gorgeous
vibrant. When you see
palette.
it spread out like that, it looks amazingly colourful.
And I love this
bright.
pop
Yeah,
of this line.
It lifts everything
Really
else,
lifts it.
doesn't it?
Yeah,
It's really cool.
gorgeous. Absolutely lovely. Such a lot of fabric. And I love all these different fabrics actually, but the way that these have been put together, just stunning. Let's have another little look at the quilt top. So you've got, is it block based?
Yes, it is. Yeah, yeah. So your block is around your square here.
Got you.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. So it's not this.
No, it's that.
Oh, I
It's
see. I
quite a
didn't
small
see that.
block. It's
Didn't
a
see
small
that.
block. You're making 49 blocks.
So it's almost like a windmill.
Yeah, it's a square windmill in effect.
Got you, got you. If you've got this in your basket, remember to check out, please. I don't want you to miss out. And we're having lots of people checking out their baskets now. I've just seen another one check out and another one check out. There are high double figures in baskets. I wouldn't hang about. I wouldn't hang about. Susie, while I lovingly stroke and fold fabric, would you show us how we start?
I will.
please?
Yes, you're going to start with a cup of tea or drink of choice
Ooh. No,
And-
tea's good.
and read the instructions.
Yes.
It's always a good place to start because we all desperately want to go in, and after you've got over the, oh, can I take the tissue off and undo the ribbon?
Yes.
You do actually have to get on and make it. Read the instructions so you're familiar with which fabric is which. If necessary, if you're struggling with that, mark them. They're fairly obvious, and there's a code in the instructions anyway, so you know which is which colour. And in this case, they're quite distinct fabrics.
Yes.
So you've not got is that one or not? So
Joan and I are fans of the post-it note with a pin through it.
Are you?
Always with a pin, because otherwise they fall off. You do your clips.
I do my clips
This
with
is
labels.
clever.
Clips with labels. Right, so once you've read it, you're happy with it, you're going to start cutting. And just follow the instructions on how to cut it. And you can label as you go if you want to, but most of it is left as strips.
Okay.
And you subcut as you go,
Okay.
which is quite handy because then you're cutting. If you've got a stripology, you'll do the cutting in no time at all.
Love that.
Because it's all easy measurements to do, and you can get them, knocked off or knocked out in a quick way. I'm just going to grab some strips because I've gone ahead of the game while I was in the green room, so I was just I'll backtrack a bit. So when you've got your strips, what we mean by strip piecing, this is actually my binding, but strip piecing, if you imagine these are two different fabrics, or shall I just quickly cut a piece?
Sure, why not?
We've got time,
Can
haven't
you move
we?
these things out of your way?
Here we go.
Quite a lot on the
just
desk.
cut yeah, I know. Right, I'm going to put this there. I'm not putting it down because we're not on a mat, because I need the cutting mat. So that's why it's upright before anyone phones in and says, but it stands on its own. I know it does, but not when you're on a wooden surface. I'm just going to press that fabric again because it's got creased. One thing I did do with all the fabrics was, of course, best press them first. You know, I'm a big fan of fabric stabilisers.
Love that, yes.
So it's best press, flatter, whatever it is you use.
Well, I was going to say tomorrow I'm introducing the world to flatter and sew.
I want to know why it wasn't on Sunday when I'm in.
I know.
So
Well,
rude.
I've got my bottles. Oh, it's
well, lucky
so
you.
lovely. I know, but it's so gorgeous.
Which
Well,
flavour?
I've
Sorry.
got Pineapple Grove, and I've also got a mint.
Oh, I had the mint
The
one.
mint's beautiful.
I love the mint.
It's like Best Press, starch-free
Yeah.
pressing
Yeah.
spray.
And they are both
Gorgeous.
my go-tos. That and to
and
be
have
honest,
you used
starch
soak?
Yes, I have.
Oh, I love
Yeah.
soak.
Now, what did I use that on? It might have been a silk dress.
Got you.
Or blouse, and it was amazing.
Yeah, it really is good.
Yeah.
Soap is a detergent, but it's not full of chemicals and nasties. It's really lovely stuff, actually. And essentially, it's a no-rinse washing liquid. So you can hand wash, you can put it in the washing machine. But what's great is if you're washing things like quilts or crochet, knitwear, lace, it could be anything.
Yeah.
You don't have to rinse it at all out of the fabric, and it won't harm it. Or if you rinse it sort of badly, it doesn't matter.
And you don't get those, you know how with detergents you get those flakes and
Yes.
bits? You don't get that either.
No, it's gorgeous
It
stuff.
is really
it really
nice.
is lovely.
Yeah.
And it sort of pulls all the dirt out.
And
But,
it's the fact that it's environmentally friendly as well for me, because we've switched as much as we can to natural product
yeah.
because of that.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's amazing stuff.
Yeah, it's all good stuff. So
But-
that's tomorrow. I think it's at 10 o'clock.
Rude. I just think that's rude.
No, apologies for that.
Just save me some, will you?
Yeah, will do.
So I've cut 2 strips.
So
and
that's
these can be-
selvage to selvage.
Yeah. Or if you've got fat quarters, it's just
Yeah.
cut your strips. And it doesn't matter if one's longer than the other, it doesn't matter. But this is the concept of strip piecing. So you'll then hug those together. And you can pin them if you want to, but I do find that if you've pressed your fabric and treated it with the fabric stabiliser, they tend to hug themselves anyway. And then what you do is you do a 1/4 inch seam all the way down your piece of this. I don't know why this is so far away. It's like your sewing machine's gone for a walkabout. And just make sure that your 1/4 inch is a 1/4 inch. And that I would always say on a scrap of fabric, always practice your 1/4 inch before you start any of these projects, because it's very easy to assume that everything is as it should be.
Yeah.
But just double check and keep it running. I'm not going to go all the way down because we'll be here forever.
And when you say check your 1/4 inch,
Yeah.
what bit
What
should
do I
we-
do?
What do we measure?
So let me cut this and I will show you. Unfortunately, I've used grey thread, so it's not going to be very helpful. But if I mark let me mark the sew line. I'm going to mark the line rather than measure it, and then you'll see what I mean. Sorry, I should have used a different colour thread. So what I do is, I can't even see the grey line. They are. We'll do that bit. There it is. Oh no, it's not come out. It's because I'm going over stitches. So that's where my stitching is.
Okay, can see
So
that.
then what I do is put my ruler over the top and make sure, put the stitch on, put the edge of the fabric on the edge of the ruler, and I make sure that those stitches are running exactly under my 1/4 inch, which they are. Ticked that box.
Okay.
So I'm a happy bunny.
Okay.
So that means I could I know my 1/4 inch is true. If it isn't, then either move your needle sewing machine over 1 notch, whichever way is appropriate, or look at a different part of your presser foot so that you know where your 1/4 inch is. So once you've joined all your strips together, you're then going to press them. Now, because you're subcutting, I am a big fan, and I tend to do this with seams, as you know, is of pressing my seams open.
Yes.
But I always, you're going to be my pressing assistant.
I can do. Would you
Well,
like
you don't
them?
have to, but
Would you like them pressed open?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't gone very far because
No problem, we
because
can
we
do
don't
that.
need it, but it's
You're
just
just gonna
so you can
stand
see.
watching me?
Yeah, I am.
Why not?
Why not? But once
Get the old
you've-
boy working.
Yeah. No, I'm older than you. I'm in retirement. The reason I like to open my seam rather than press it to one side is because we're now going to subcut, and if you imagine putting your ruler on something that's got a bump on it,
Sure.
however good you press, it's still going to be a bump if
Yeah.
you've pressed to one side. So the flatter your fabric is, the more accurate your cut's going to be when you subcut. So
Yeah.
that's why I always press open. And because of that, I use on this machine, I use the quilt setting for the 1/4 inch with the HP foot and the HP plate. And that gives me a stitch length of 1.8 millimetres, which is quite small compared to most standard straight stitches. They're usually about 2.4, aren't
Yes.
they?
Yes.
But whilst it means that if you ever have to unpick, it takes a little bit
It's
more
harder, yeah.
effort. But it does mean that when you press your seams open, you can't see stitches.
And also as well, if you're going to subcut strip sets, everyone should be using that shorter stitch length. It's something, Susie, I remember sort of in the 90s, when strip piecing really sort of first started, that would have been in every quilt pattern. It would have reminded you of that. Now, strip piecing has become so universal that we forget to mention you need that shorter stitch length because you're cutting through your seams.
Yes.
And if they're a 2.4 stitch length, they'll pop open.
Yeah, absolutely.
It will pop open.
And when you start doing snowballing of corners, if they're little pieces, to get your shapes, if you're not foundation paper piecing, again, the smaller stitch length is critical, isn't it?
Yes.
So when you come to subcut a strip pieced element, however many strips there are, what you don't want to do is to try and line up every single seam.
Okay.
Because it's not going to happen.
Okay.
The best will in the world, we're not perfect. The ruler might be, we're not quite so. So I always pick a seam. Try and get everything pressed as flat and as straight as you can, but pick a seam. And then lay a horizontal line of your ruler along that seam. And that is the seam that you always then use to aim your ruler at. So I'm going to take off the selvage edge and then I'm going to flip it round, and then I can start subcutting. Now, if you were using your stripology, you can use that to subcut strips. Again, line up one of the sewn seams with one of the horizontal lines on your stripology, and you can just cut away then. Subcutting, you just literally line up, use the same seam to line up on, and carry on cutting.
A few messages for you, Susie.
Yeah.
Teresa's got in touch. She says, good morning, Stuart and Susie. Love that quilt. But even more, love the new hairdo, Susie.
Thank you.
Been a lot of love for your hair. Fiona says, it's often the cutting out that frightens us beginner quilters. What equipment would you recommend to use?
So as you can see, I'm using a 6.5 by 12.5 Creative Grids ruler to actually cut all of my strips just for speed, because my life is, I need 48 hours in every day, not 24. I use my stripology, which is the big Creative Grids tool that has the slots for your rotary cutter, but it has the 2.5 inch markings and the 1.5 inch markings. So it's a sort of helping hand guide as well as a cutting tool. But those would be my, if you're on the beginning journey of quilting, those are the things I couldn't live without. I'd have to rescue those in a fire. In fact, they're the two things I have double of, because I cannot live without
And
them.
of course, it goes without saying, a self-healing cutting mat and a 45mm rotary cutter, and change your blade.
When you buy a rotary cutter, always buy replacement blades and have it on your, I have mine on that well-known website's reorder on a regular basis.
Well, we do packs of 10. We do packs of 10 that work out about £2 a blade, and
Which
you
is
know,
perfect.
it's brilliant. They're not a lifetime purchase.
And my tip, no, they're not. But what my tip with those is change the blade, have two rotary cutters, both 45mm, have the blade that you use for fabric cutting, change regularly, and move that blade into the other rotary cutter and use that for wadding, because you don't need it to be as sharp.
No.
Because you always cut your wadding bigger than you need anyway. So it's not critical that is
good tip.
Perfect, but it means that blade is always sharp for your fabric cutting, which is critical. But yeah, change it regularly. You can run over aluminium foil, and that might help sharpen the blade, but nothing tremendously. You can get resharpeners. I don't think they're particularly effective.
No, just change blade.
It's a bit, exactly. And likewise, your sewing machine needle. I had someone the other day who hadn't changed the needle in 35 years. It's like, seriously?
I know.
How can you not?
Not a lifetime purchase, every 6 to 8 hours.
Now a ballpoint pen, isn't it? It's not a needle. So that's what you're going to do with this one, which I've gone ahead and done already. And then all the other pieces are just rectangles or squares. So once you've got all those cut, you're then going to start assembling the blocks. And what I would definitely say is always lay the block out in front of you before you start assembling. Don't just wing it. Because if you do that, and you can, oh no, what I haven't done. I haven't shown you how to snowball.
Okay, well, we can do that next, Well, I tell you what, Susie, before you do that...
Oh, what are we doing now?
We're going to do...
Is this a crazy anniversary thing?
This. I find £109.99 an odd amount, Susie.
It is an odd amount.
I find it an odd amount. It's a gorgeous price. It's a great price, but I find it an odd amount, and I think that this would be nicer. So we're going to do this. Why not? It's my anniversary weekend. I like under £100.
Yeah, it sounds good.
I like the neatness of $99.99. So everybody who's already checked out their baskets, you're getting it for under £100. Oh my goodness me! So many suddenly jumping into baskets. This is what happens. If your quilt kit's been sitting in your basket, you must check out now. I'm just seeing people checking out their baskets now. That's another gone, and another gone. Let's get these in baskets and out straight away, please. Otherwise, you will miss out. You are saving a whopping, what's the full saving now? Is it £75 off? £75 off this quilt kit. You're getting it for $99.99. You're still getting your split pays. Wow. So your split pay is £33.33. Absolutely amazing. £33.33 is your split pay. 62-inch square quilt. Absolutely perfect for a lap quilt, a bed quilt.
Picnic blanket.
Yeah, the saving you're making, believe it or not, is more. Your saving is more than 2 out of 3 of your split pays. That's incredible.
That is incredible.
Yeah, that is amazing. The stock is dwindling. If it's in your basket, how many baskets, Ben? All right, okay, listen, we don't have enough stock. If it's in your basket, please check out your basket now, because otherwise you will miss out. What a beautiful, loads of lovely fabric, huge pieces of gorgeous fabric.
And some left over, so you can make it bigger, make accessories, or use it on the backing. So,
that would be fab.
Yeah.
I do need to let you know as well, we've had a little run of these sort of smaller lap-size, throw-size quilt kits with Kaffe. This is the last one that we're going to be doing. So if you've been thinking along, oh, I've quite fancy doing one of these smaller kits, you know, easy, achievable, bit of a weekend or a little bit retreat project.
Makes a really nice gift for a wedding as well.
Yeah, it really would. Don't ever feel like you've got to make a big quilt.
Yeah. It's a useful one.
Yeah, those throw quilts. Well, Charlie and I mean, we did light the fire once this week. I know. Just for a couple of hours and kept it really low, you know. But mostly we're reaching for the quilts.
Yeah.
Or quilties, as we call them.
Yeah.
Get the quilty, little get wrapped up. And that's plenty.
Yeah.
No central heating, no fire on. Or sitting outside.
Yeah, it does get chilly at night, doesn't it, the house, when you go outside, So they just help all the time to have those.
They
but it's
do.
such a lovely present to give to somebody as well.
Yeah.
But if you have a friend who's a quilter, what a fantastic gift.
Yeah,
Birthday,
absolutely
Christmas
lovely.
present for them.
Just be careful. They're flying into baskets. You're checking out your baskets as well. Don't forget, you only pay 1 P&P all day. Combine your shopping baskets as you go. A lot of the stock now has gone. Another 5 of you have just checked out your baskets. Our Ben's going to just check what the price per metre is that you're paying on this kit. It is fantastic. Now, we launched Kaffe's new yesterday, $8.99 a half metre.
Gosh.
Yeah, that's right, isn't it? It was $8.99 a half metre. Yeah, that was just yesterday. The price per metre on this fabric. Yeah, so $8.18 a half metre. Brilliant.
That is very
It's a fantastic saving.
well for
It's a fantastic
for
saving.
Kaffe fabric, that is phenomenal.
Yeah, terrific. Well, it absolutely should not have gone under £100. But we're in a bit of an anniversary.
I'm going to leave them
We're in a
building
happy-go-lucky
before they
mood.
realise.
We're in a happy-go-lucky mood.
Yeah.
So you're drawing using
I am. Sorry, I was waiting for
friction
you.
pen?
So this is a friction pen, and on the back of the squares that will end up in the centre of the block, I'm drawing just one diagonal line. This is not a line to which I'm then going to do a 1/4 inch. I am sewing on this line.
This is your sewing line.
So this is my sewing line.
So again, very beginner friendly.
Absolutely. I'm a great believer in draw the line you're going to sew on. And I do that when I'm quilting. I draw in my lines.
Yes.
Because then I haven't got to think. And also, by the time you've rolled a quilt up, you've lost the sort of overall pattern in your head because you're working in a space that's sort of 12 inches square, aren't you, on a domestic machine. So you need to have something to guide you. So that's why I do that. So then you're going to place your square that you've marked right sides together with one of your rectangles, and you're going to do these for all of them.
Okay.
Now my tip for this as well, make sure the angle you get them is the right angle, because it's important that you make them the right way round, because otherwise the pattern just doesn't work. So I'm going to do, and she says, and I'm just in another planet at the moment, so let's make sure I do them the right way round. So my other tip, which I've got with me for this, if you are a beginner, rather than have lots of clips everywhere, get a glue pen.
Okay.
Because the bit we're going to sew, we're going to chop off the corner. So if you put a bit of glue pen on that corner and put the square over the top and line it up, then that will hug it.
Oh, okay, that's a really good tip.
And
I like
you can
that.
chain piece to your heart's content without having to keep removing pins or clips.
I like that.
So that's what I do. So I'm just going to make sure I've got all these the right way round, and we will sew one together. Bear with me 1 second. I'm going to make these all that way round. So a bit of glue in the corner that you're going to chop off. So that's the top corner, because these will flip that way. As you said, it's stitch and flip. So we'll do all these. So I need 2 of each. What have I done with that one? That's that way round. So that make sure we've got them all matching. So that's that set, and we've got some here. We're going to do both, because then we know we've got everything. And it is a quick process. Again, what I tend to do is I do all my cutting, then I'll sit and catch up with whatever it is I'm watching and mark everything. And, sorry, that was the wrong bit. I'll sit in front of the TV, mark off my squares and do this bit, so I can just lift the whole thing up into my workroom and carry on. So I'm just going to put a bit on each of those, and you don't have to worry about the glue pen marking your needle. If you've put it in the wrong place, it's not the end of the world. It comes off in the wash anyway.
It's designed to be sewn through, isn't it?
Absolutely, and it's not going to ruin your sewing machine needle, so don't panic, Mr. Mannering. But it's annoying, especially when you're a beginner, or if you know, pins and clips are a great tool, and you know I love my pins and clips, but they can also get in the way.
Yeah.
The other tip I have is, because you're now sewing across a diagonal, if you've ever had experience where that little piece, when you start on this point, it gets fed down underneath your sewing machine. So I always use my HP plate anyway, but if you start at the edge that isn't a point, and work from that side, it's less likely to go down your feed dogs.
That's
or
a great tip.
Have a scrap of fabric. Some people call them leaders or donkeys, I've heard. And literally that is just, I mean, I use the selvage trimmings, and I just run that through my machine first, so that the machine's already running, and then you're less likely to trap your fabric.
My friend Bonnie Hunter, who's an amazing scrap quilter, she has written several books called Leaders and Enders and Further Adventures. And what she does is she has scraps cut into maybe 2.5-inch squares or 2.5-inch by 3.5-inch rectangles, and she has them in a pot, and every time she starts a seam she sews one, and then at the end she sews another one, and then she clips them off. They all go in a basket, and at some point in the future all her piecing's done for another quilt.
It's a great way of doing it. But it's a good habit to get into as well. And chain piecing, for anyone who doesn't know, is where you literally feed one thing in after another without breaking the thread.
So this is chain piecing.
Which I love. I spend my life chain piecing. It also is very cost effective on the thread consumption. Because you use a lot less thread. and on your iron as well, because all of these have got to be pressed. So if I chain piece them rather than do them one at a time, then I've pressing in one hit. I'm not keep starting the iron again.
I suppose in this circumstance, I should be grateful that you've chain pieced because it means I can do all the ironing at
Yeah,
once.
absolutely. Yes. And I've lost my scissors. Where have I put my scissors?
Oh.
Here we are.
You got them? Great.
Yeah, our favourite bits of scissors.
So
Hang on,
I'm
before you press, I'm going to snip.
Oh.
So, yeah.
Are you pressing at all? No,
No, I'm going to... Oh, I can press. I'm happy to
I'm
press.
I'm
I'm used to it. But I need the cutting mat first.
Oh, okay.
Because what I'm now
do you
gonna
trim
do-
first?
Yeah, I always
Okay.
trim first. Yeah. So I line up my 1/4 inch with that sewn seam.
Yep.
And then I'm going to cut that corner off. Now, sometimes I have been known to do another 1/4 inch seam so that I end up with a diddy half square triangle,
Sure.
but not when you're live on TV.
Okay.
So I tell you what, if you want to start pressing, I'll do these by scissor rather
No,
than...
no. I'll finger press to start with. You
Are you
can trim
sure?
on the board. Yeah.
Because you can do this with a pair of scissors. You don't have to do it. It's not... No one's going to come and check your seam allowance on this. So if you want to just whiz it with a pair of scissors, then
Yeah.
that's not an issue.
I must admit, with smaller ones, I do tend
Yeah.
to use scissors because I think it's quicker than picking up a rotary cutter
Yeah.
and a ruler and,
Yeah. But one thing I would never do is stack them to do it.
Oh.
Because you'll end up cutting the wrong bit or
Yeah.
the seam or, yeah, it's just not worth the heartache, is it? I love having an assistant.
Oh, yeah, I love being the assistant.
Are your rates good? Are your rates good?
My rates are
I mean,
excellent.
If I just cook cake, will that do?
Yeah, of course it is. Suzie, for you, anything. Yes,
There you go.
of course.
Make a real mess.
No, I'm a big
today.
fan of finger pressing.
So, oh, it's brilliant. Love it. So you need 2 of each sort of snowballed rectangle. So 2 of the orange, 2 of the brown. And you need 4 of your pieced squares.
Here we go.
And then we're going to put these together. So then you're going to divide these up. Let's do these into, make sure that all the corners are the right way around. So that's those, and then those. What have I done? Have I done them all the wrong way around? I bet I have. Oh, well, we'll just do one. And then you want to make sure that your squares are follow the diagrams. So you want them with one of the fabrics over the pieced corner, if that makes sense. You're not going to swap them around. You want them all to have the same fabric over the top of the corner.
Oh, yeah, I see.
Otherwise, you won't get
So you're
the
making 4
checkerboard.
identical units.
Yeah. So we're going to do those.
2 with the lighter
yeah,
and 2
like
with the darker.
That's it, like that.
Yeah.
Okay, because that way, when you put them together, everything will work. Otherwise, if you imagine, yeah, fingers crossed, yeah, you know me so well.
I mean, I don't want to jinx it, but I always think, like, famous last words.
Yeah, I know, that's why, the other check you have is once you've got them together,
I would always do that, you
yeah,
see.
you do this.
I would
And you
always
make
do that.
sure that when you put that in there,
Yeah.
that will go on there, and that's the effect
Yeah,
you want.
yeah.
Okay, so once you know that that's
Great.
right, the easiest thing is to put these together because there's no seam matching, which is why this is
Oh, lovely.
beginner friendly.
Yeah.
So I will
Just match the ends.
Yeah, just match your ends, and if you want to bung a clip in there, you can do so. I have clips, so why don't we?
Yeah, let's.
And the other reason I use the clips is because then I know that is the side I'm sewing together, so that I can lay them all up in a pile and just literally zip through.
Yeah.
Now, I would suggest if you've never tackled something like this before, make one block first, cut it all out, make one block, even if you do it in a different fabric, that, some of your stash or an old pillowcase or something. try it out first and then go for it, and either make it block by block or do the same step for all blocks.
Yeah.
That's the other thing I do.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of making one block in its entirety,
Yeah.
whatever the instructions say.
Yeah, because then you know the process.
I wouldn't even cut out the whole quilt and then make one block. I would cut and piece one block.
Yeah.
Because sometimes the cutting instructions are wrong.
Or
Yeah.
you can come up with a different way
Yeah.
of cutting.
Or you just
Yeah.
think, you know what, actually, I think I need an extra 1/8 of an inch
Yeah.
on these pieces.
Yeah. So I always do a practice block in some of my scrap fabrics, because you always have bits left over
Yeah, of
somewhere,
course.
don't you?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't matter what it looks like.
Sure.
And then I will tackle the full quilt.
Well, Mrs. Mills had the most incredible selection of mini quilts for in her basket in
Yeah.
her bed that were all like years worth of samples from
Yeah.
where I'd tried something out,
Yeah.
maybe tried a new technique.
Yeah.
What do you
Can I
need?
borrow the ironing
Yeah.
board? Thank you. So,
sorry.
again, I press these open.
I can press them open.
Can you?
Yeah,
Thank
of
you very
course.
much. So I feel redundant now.
Well, you can't just stand there.
I can't just stand here. Can I
Find
do
something
I know it
useful
now?
to do.
Oh, well. Have you done one? No.
No, not yet.
so
But I
you're-
always finger press before I go in with an iron.
Yes, I do, especially when I'm opening a seam and there's a cross seam coming in as well.
Yeah.
And like you, I always iron from both sides.
Yeah.
And if you do have issues with the pressing, you can always best press again.
Yes.
That's the great thing about Best Press and
Yeah.
Flatter and Starch Savvy, is you can redo it if you want to, but don't do it. If you're going to use Best Press, and I do every time, iron your fabrics and put Best Press on it and iron it again before you cut.
Yes.
Don't cut and then Best Press.
No, that's
because
right.
Everything will slightly shrink.
You can respray and you can press a unit
Yeah.
or a block. But if, say, for example, you've trimmed the end off a piece of fabric or you've cut fabric on the bias,
Yeah.
don't
It's
start
just not
spraying
gonna,
that because
yeah,
it will
it's just not going to be
distort.
happy, is it?
Yeah,
Let's be
no,
honest.
no.
So, the next stage, unfortunately, there is a bit of seam matching, but nothing major.
Well, I mean, it's what patchwork's all about.
It
It's
is,
lovely.
yes, but there
There
are
we go.
some easy bits to it. So this one will come in here, and we're going to join these. Now, don't be alarmed that this is no longer a triangle, because this is a 1/4 inch. So when they come together, they will work. Don't panic.
Okay.
So all you're going to do is put one on top of another. And again, I just make sure that the seam that's going across, they end up aligning at the other side, even though I'm sewing this side. And that should allow you then to have everything in place. So this one the same, that will flip over onto that one. So it's right sides together, just line it all up. And if you've cut accurately, you've used your 1/4 inch, everything, as you can see, nothing's gone wonky yet. I'm sure it will. So everything's lining up. It's Friday, let's face it. It's going to go
Well, we were
pear-shaped.
also talking earlier on about embracing a little bit of imperfection here and there.
Absolutely.
I mean, we're all trying our best, aren't we? I think that's the bottom line.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have to be perfect.
No.
There's no such thing as perfect.
Well, anything that's perfect, there's something wrong with it, I think.
More pressing?
I'm afraid so.
That's all
yeah.
right, I'm here.
So it is good to press you to go, but you can see why I now do that. Oh, it's not bad, it's not perfect. I would probably unpick that at home. That one's better.
Okay.
I
Stop
am
me
my
to
worst,
press.
my worst critique. I will unpick anything.
See, I just don't.
That's another thing that people don't replace, they're unpickers. Don't forget your unpicker will need replacing at some point because it gets blunt in that U-bend bit,
Yeah.
which is where the blade is. It's very good. I love the fish on the side of this.
It's cute, isn't it? Right, there's one
I do
half.
feel- Yeah, you see, that's the nice one. You can look at that one. I like that one.
The thing is,
But
I
I
think
just-
because we're working piece by piece, we can labour over one unit
Yeah.
that isn't quite lined up. You've got to think, when this is in the
And-
middle of a 62-inch square quilt,
No one's going to notice. Also,
you probably won't.
remember that by the time you've pieced it, layered it, quilted it,
yeah,
someone's thrown it over their lap.
yeah,
If anyone notices it, then good luck.
I know.
Yeah, you see, I've not quite made it there.
Well, I have a
No,
lovely
I won't do
friend
that.
who she always says in her classes, oh, once there's a bit of gravy on that, you won't even notice. But it's
Lovely.
right, isn't it, you
It
think?
is so true. So this has got seam matching to do. And again, I start in the middle here.
Yep.
And because I've pressed them open, I can easily see where those seams are. And I put a clip in there to hold them. And then ease these ones out and just make sure that the seams this side are coming in alignment, so I know that I'm on the right score here.
Yep.
Same for this end. Make sure that everything's, nothing's drastically going awry. And as Stuart said, you should find that the ends meet neatly anyway.
Gotcha.
And then you're again doing a 1/4 inch seam.
Last couple of minutes now of the show. This is an amazing deal. We've got the Surrounding Fences quilt kit from Fassett and our Suzie Duncan. You've got an amazing quilt design, a 62-inch square quilt with that gorgeous border, tons of fabric in there, all Fassett. There's no solids, there's no plains. Really beautiful. You should be paying £174.99. You're paying under £100 today. £33.33 is your split pay. It was supposed to be £109.99, but hey, it's anniversary weekend, why not? Under £100, but you do need to check out your baskets. This is going to be the last one of its kind. This is the last of these smaller Kaffe Quilt Kits that we're going to be doing for a little while. 62 inches. I think actually for a lot of quilters I know, this is their sweet spot.
Yeah.
This is the size they like making because they can do it all on their domestic sewing machine.
But it's also a very useful size for
Yeah.
so many different things. That's
Yeah.
why I tend to veer towards this
Totally
sort
agree.
of size.
Don't forget as well, of course, if you do want a bigger quilt, if you put an 8-inch border
Yeah.
on all sides, pick another K fabric, you're adding 16 inches. This is now 68 inches. Sorry, 78
78 inches.
78 inches
double bed.
square. That's a gorgeous double queen size topper.
Yeah.
Yeah, easily done.
Absolutely, yeah.
Amazing, thank you so much.
Yeah, and you've got extra fabric in there, so you can do that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely
cool.
gorgeous. Just
yeah.
don't forget to check out your basket. More in baskets than we've got available, all right? So this is a really achievable quilt kit. You've got all the fabric you need. It's beginner level cutting, beginner level piecing.
Yes. Yes.
It's a size that everyone can quilt in a domestic sewing machine. For me, that ticks a lot of boxes.
Yeah, if you are an established quilter, then you can run something like this out quite quickly.
You can.
And enjoy the quilting side.
I'll tell you something else which I really like about this. You've utilised a lot of Kaffe's smaller prints.
Yeah.
So often I think when we think of Kaffe, we think big and leery.
The big flowers.
Yeah, which are gorgeous, but you think, oh, I don't know about cutting them up and how do they work. These actually, the scale of these prints, if you just have a look at this block, the scale of these prints is just absolutely gorgeous. It's still very, very distinctly Kaffe.
Yes.
There's no doubting that's
No.
Kaffe Fassett, but these are those smaller mid-sized prints, easy to use, really beautiful. They work very nicely for this design. It's a winner. Very clever. Do you know, there's one alternative, Susie, that I'm gonna suggest as an alternative to quilting this. I think I might actually tie this or even
Yeah.
button this
Button.
quilt.
Oh, you see, that's what I was going to
Centre
do. Yeah.
of all of these.
Yeah.
A little button. You can either do it on your sewing machine,
Yeah.
can't you, and use the button
Yeah.
sewing function, or cotton perlé or embroidery floss
Yeah.
through a few times. And I actually like to leave the tail at the top
Yeah.
And then when I come back up, tail at the top,
And then knot it.
tie in a knot and trim with a little bit of,
Yeah, that's
bit of
what
a
I
tuft.
do. Yeah, I do.
And that would be beautiful. You could do that over a couple of evenings.
You could easily, or you could, because of the Millefeury
Yeah.
design, you could
Oh, you're getting
cover,
posh now.
yeah, cover a button
Covered buttons. Oh, yes, yes,
in
yes,
these.
yes.
Not all necessarily all of them.
Be
You could
lovely.
just do hit and miss.
Yeah,
But
be
if you're
lovely.
gifting it, these are perfect areas for you to embroider names, dates, that sort of thing as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a fantastic baby play quilt.
It is, it's
because,
lovely.
especially for if they then have cars,
Yeah.
because this is a brilliant road system.
Fantastic, I love it. It's great.
Not that I've tried it.
It's not been road tested.
Not at all.
Now, Susie, you're back at 12 o'clock.
Apparently I
with
am,
some
yes.
gorgeous cushions, all sorts of
A
different
lot of
techniques.
cushions. There's a lot of cushions in this set.
We're going to go to a break now, and when we come back, I'm going to be spending the hour with the NV1100 from Brother. We've also got the last of stock of the side cutter foot. I'll probably start with a demo of that just before they sell out. All right, I'll see you in an hour,
See you
and I'll
in an
see you
hour.
after this.
Thank you.
Wow, I can't believe it's been 3 years since I joined the Sewing Street team. Where do those years go? You know what, we're doing a massive celebration to really make something of my 3 years here at Sewing Street. We've got some amazing guests with me over the weekend, including our fabulous Delphine Brooks. We've got Gary from Dukey, Joe's here from Storage for Crafts, and our wonderful Suzie Duncan too. Loads of different projects, loads of fabulous products, and celebrations galore. It wouldn't be a celebration without you, so I hope you'll join me here on Sewing Street for my 3rd anniversary weekend.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with Split Pay.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Okay, welcome to my new best friend, the Brother NV1100. What a machine. What a machine. I've recently gone back to using Brother sewing machines in my studio. I've fallen in love with them all over again. Easy to use, absolutely jam-packed with features, jam-packed with stitches that I use over and over again. And the best bit of all is a full foot package that I really don't need to supplement apart from one foot, and it's the side cutter, and you know why. I'm going to show you that in a minute. But your Brother NV1100 comes, look, with a hard case. I mean, that's pretty exceptional. I've spent £2,500 to £3,000 on a sewing machine and not got a hard case. So to say that this machine comes with a hard case, I think is a brilliant first massive tick. The machine itself definitely could be your number one machine that you keep in your sewing room the whole time, but equally it's portable enough that you could take it to and from classes. I wouldn't want to walk the full length of the high street and back again carrying it, but definitely from the car park into the workshop and out again, it's absolutely doable. I think it's about 10-11 kilograms, this machine. We could just check the weight of it perhaps. Now, straight out the box, plug in your power cable. I'm going to grab the foot as well. You can use it with and without the foot. So great if you can't or don't want to use a foot pedal. But I'm going to use the foot pedal. I'm going to get this plugged in. And then I'm going to turn it around. It's 9.4 kilograms. Thank you, Ben. I'm going to turn it around. And I'm going to start by winding a bobbin. Very good place to start. And also threading it up. So I don't know if we can see the machine from the back. I can swivel it around if you need. So I've got a reel of thread here. Now your machine comes with 4 bobbins. One's in the machine and you get 3 extras. But my top tip would be grab some bobbins while we've got them on the show. So I'm going to pop the bobbin on. And I'm going to put my Can we see this side, I mean? Yeah, we need to see what's happening here. Yeah. I can move it over a bit. There we go. That's great. That's perfect. There we go. Yep. Fabulous. Thank you. Right, so I put my bobbin on here. One of the things I really love about the design is older computerized machine. All of this was kind of, it was like a box, kind of up and straight across, yeah? Now you've got this more of a curve at the front and everything's kind of tilted forward so you can see what you're doing so much more easily. I'm going to pop my bobbin on there. You get 3 different sizes of spool pin. The thing to remember is this spool pin needs to be as big or bigger than the end of your reel of thread, okay? That's all. Right then, so to wind our bobbin, I always say think of your thread like a piece of floss. So hold it with both hands, floss it underneath. Oops, sorry, here we go. Wait a minute, sorry. Round number 1, underneath number 2, and back around. Same again, you want to floss that thread through the tension dials. And then we're going to wind it around the bobbin. We don't have to start threading it through holes. When we get towards the end, we can just trim the thread off, push the bobbin over to one side and wind the bobbin. Now always wind your bobbins on full speed. This is to get the correct tension. So if your speed controller is on the slower speed, I want you to push it all the way across to the fastest speed for bobbin winding. You can readjust it once it comes off. That's not an issue. But you do always want to wind your bobbin fully on full speed. I'm going to wind the bobbin up fully because I'm going to be doing lots of sewing over the next day or two, and it'll be good to have a full bobbin. Now your bobbin has got a sensor, so as soon as it's full, it's actually going to stop. I can again cut the thread and my bobbin's wound. Yeah, there's 2 little cutters here and here, so you can cut your thread. It's a top-loading bobbin, so this is going to go in like a letter P. I always think P for perfect, and drop that in. Wind your thread through the channels, and it's done. So it's super easy. That's it. Bobbin's in. While we're here, let's thread our machine. So again, it's a really, really simple path. Numerical 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and 6. And then you have a needle threader, automatic needle threader. Oops. Straight out the box. Let me just pull this through. I'm obviously doing something wrong today. No, don't know why that's not working for me today. Let's just get it threaded up manually. Yeah. There we go. Needle threaded. Okay, right. Okay, so I've got my needle threaded. I've got my machine set up ready to sew. I think it would be good to launch straight in with the side cutter. Now, I am a huge fan of the side cutter foot. This is an extra foot. This is going to fit any of your Brother sewing machines that you've bought here. So things like your FS250, it's going to fit. If you've got a 180, a 210, or indeed the NV1100, your side cutter's going to fit. Now, it's only for Brother machines. Only for Brother machines, yeah. Yeah. Okay. So it's a fabulous foot. Let me just talk you through. So what you've got is, I'm just trying to think how best to show this. I've got an overhead, haven't I? So let me just show you on the foot. So what you've got. Right, so this part just goes onto your needle clamp. I'll show you how to fit it. It's really easy. And you've got a little bar there. and your ankle just locks onto that like it does on any other of your feet. So there's no difference. You've got this metal plate here. Your fabric's actually going to sit on top of that metal plate, and then there's almost like a second foot. So I know the temptation is to sew like this, but actually the blade that's cutting the fabric needs to come down on metal. So that goes under the fabric, and then your plate goes, your foot goes on top here, okay? And then as you're sewing, can you see here at the side, this little black screw is holding a blade in place. Can you see that blade? It's almost like a guillotine blade. Madame, a guillotine. And as you sew, as you take every stitch, can you see that blade goes down and up, down and up. So it's chopping through the fabric like scissors or like a rotary cutter blade, okay? And so it's cutting the fabric first, and then you've also set your sewing machine to one of your over edge stitches, okay? So you're going to cut the fabric and then automatically stitch over those raw edges to neaten them. Effectively, this foot is doing the job of an overlocker. Super cool. It's super cool. Right, so let me show you how you fit the foot. So I'm going to pull the machine back. So first of all, I'm going to turn the machine off because I like to change feet with the machine off. I don't need to start unscrewing the ankle. All I need to do is press the black button and the foot drops off. That's how you change almost all of the feet, okay? The only time you're going to unscrew anything is if you're using the walking foot or the darning foot, which, get this, you get with your machine. You get that with your machine. Right, so next thing I'm going to do is I'm putting the side cutter foot underneath. I'm going to lift the ankle up out of the way. Actually, it would help if I put my glasses on. Okay, and the bit that Ben said looked like a wishbone, that needs to go through, whoops, that needs to go through the needle clamp, and then the little ankle just clips on. Can you see it just clips on like any other foot? And this part here, easier on the other, there we go, that is actually over the needle clamp. So the bit that's almost like a wishbone is over the needle clamp, okay? So that's all held in place. So that's the foot on, okay? So that's easy. Right, machine can go back on again now. And let's pick our stitch. Now, we've sold what we had for launch already. We're down to our little bit of extra stock now. So if you want to get this side cutter foot for your brother's sewing machine, grab it now. It's very, very limited stock. All right, so now I'm going to pick a compatible stitch. And I think I'm going to go with, I'm going to go stitch 23, I think, in my utility stitches. All right, so my top tip when you're working with this side cutter foot, or if you're doing something like decorative stitches with your walking foot, is always to hand crank the machine through its full range of motion. In other words, kind of through a full rotation of making that stitch, just to make sure that the stitch is wide enough, narrow enough to stitch without bashing into any of the metal parts of your foot. So I'm just winding the flywheel through the different stitches to make sure it's not hitting anything. All right, we are all good. We are all good. Okay, so I'm going to put my fabric now. So it goes under the foot here, but over the top of the metal plate. And some people, when they're using this, cut a little snip on the fabric, but I'm not going to.
Make sure the presser foot's lowered. And then I just take it nice and steady to start with, just to get it going. And then I'm going to start stitching. All right, now you can probably see there's a piece of fabric sort of shearing away at the side. That's the fabric that's being cut. Can you see the neatened fabric as it's coming through? These feet are absolutely magic. If you thought you needed to spend £1,000 on an overlocker, think again. You can buy one if you want, but I can use this side cutter foot on stretch fabric. I can use it on lycra. I can use it on spandex. I can use it on knit fabrics, and of course all of my regular quilt weight cottons as well. Of course, the NV1100's got a scissor function, and just have a look at that. Now, I think if I'd shown you that and told you that I'd done that with an overlocker, would you have questioned it? I don't think I would. I don't think I would. That is that thread, and can you see it is wrapped over the edge of the fabric. It's not just close to it, because that side cutter foot cuts the fabric first, and then you stitch over the top of the cut edge perfectly to get that overlocked edge. Now, I've got, I'll tell you, 27 feet left, 46 in baskets. So you can't all have this foot today, I'm afraid, but 26 of you now are still in with a chance of getting this foot today. It's taken us, what, about a fortnight since I launched this foot to get it back in stock. We did get just about double stocks for the show, but that's where we're at. Just to show you as well, if you're using this on a simpler machine, I'm going to program in a zigzag, okay? Because, you know, every machine's got a zigzag, right? Again, I'm going to hand crank the machine through the full range of motion. We're good. I'm going to slide my fabric under the left-hand part, over the right-hand part. I'm actually got a bit of a jaggedy edge there. There we go. And we'll start stitching slowly, just till it takes up the fabric. So what I would like to do with this perhaps is use something like, I'd use this before I construct my garment to overlock all my pieces. I could use this to construct and overlock in one step for really speedy work, or use it at the end. And there we go. So that is using a zigzag. And again, look at that gorgeous neat edge. Would you have believed you could get that effect from a sewing machine? Really, I mean, the thing is, you know, obviously these are 2 threads like your sewing machine can do. It's not 3 thread, it's not 4 thread, which is overlocking, but this is about as close as you can get to overlocking because you're cutting and stitching in one go. Karen says, can I use the side cutter foot on my Brother FS130? Yes, Karen, you can. You absolutely can. Annette says, hi, Stuart. I managed to buy the foot first time around and have loved trying it out. Can I check, do you know if the blade will need to be replaced over time? Annette, that's a really good question. We talked about this last time the foot was on, I think. There is, you can buy replacement blades for side cutter feet, and on the foot there's a screw, so it's not a fixed part. Now I don't know 100% for certain that you can change the blade, but I would say from looking at it, yes you can. And also as well, what I would also say is that we had somebody email in who'd been using their overlocker for 10 years or something, or even longer, 30 years was it? It was a huge amount of time, and it never changed the blade and it was still working fine. So,
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Oh, it's sold out. It has sold out. Well done, well done. Right, let's, our glasses are going back on. I mean business today. Now, machine-wise, I've only got 7 of these machines left, which spells trouble. We're down to single figures. I knew this would happen. I'm going to go through a few more of what you get with the machine because it's absolutely fabulous and phenomenal. Okay, I'm going to give you a quick rundown. So you've got your machine, okay. 10 automatic one-step buttonholes, 150 stitches, decorative, utility, you name it, patchwork and quilting, all that good stuff. You've also got your alphabet, your numbers, so easy to program those in. I'll show you that in a second. You've also got your full range of feet. Now your feet, you've got things like a buttonhole foot. All your buttonholes are automatic one-step buttonholes, by the way. You've got a button sewing foot as well. You've got things like your blind stitch or blind hem foot, a zipper foot, a monogramming or open-toed embroidery foot. You've got an overcasting foot. So you can use those overcasting stitches without the side cutter and you still get a really neat finish, but you've got to sew near the edge of the fabric then. You've also got your zigzag foot, which is on your machine. Now, a few things which I wouldn't expect in a machine for under £1,000. You get a knee lift. Now, you know how much I love a knee lift. I'm just going to put the zigzag foot, the J foot, back on for a second and just show you what I mean by the knee lift. Oh, actually, that's the N foot. Let's swap it over. Right. So I'm going to show you now on the machine. So just pop the J foot back on. Okay, so here's the knee lift. All right. Whoops, there go my specs. Here's your knee lift. And this knee lift, this fits into the front of your machine. This hangs under the table. So obviously I'm standing up. You can't really use the knee lift when you're standing up. You do need to be sitting down to use it. But I can sort of mock up how I would use it. All right, so let's pop the presser foot down. I'm still doing a zigzag at the moment. So here I am, I'm sewing away. So I'm sewing my zigzag, and then I need to turn a corner or adjust. Now, normally what I'd have to do at this stage is take my hand off my work, reach around, lift the presser foot, adjust my fabric, presser foot down, hands back into place, and continue to sew. Okay, but with a knee lift, my knee is up against the knee lifter. So this is very awkward, but you know what I'm trying to show you. Right, so I'm sewing along, okay, and then I want to change direction. So my foot's against my knee lift. I can lift my presser foot, my hands are staying here. I can turn my work, move my foot off the knee lifter and carry on sewing. Lift my presser foot using my knee, sew, lift my presser foot down and sew. So you don't have to take your hands off your work. And this makes such a difference when you're doing things like applique, quilting, even dressmaking, perhaps when you're sewing around a curve, like you're setting in a sleeve, and you want to make those small little incremental movements that can be so time consuming if you're having to do it with your hand. Now, in addition to all of that, so you've got your basic machine, all right, 150 stitches, all those feet, absolutely amazing. But you've also got £160 worth of extras, quilting extras. And this is the important thing. These really are with quilters in mind. You've got a massive extension table. So I'm actually going to pop this extension table on, since at home my extension table lives on my machine. and suddenly see the extra space that you get. I mean, just look at the surface area I've got to work on now. I've got this massive stable table. It's going to keep everything kind of, rather than fighting against gravity, I've now got this table supporting my quilt, my curtains, my larger dressmaking project, my bags. I'll whip it off just for 1 second, just to show you that you do, of course, have your button to drop your feed dogs round at the back. And you also have your free arm for when you're doing things like bag making and dressmaking. But let's pop this back on. Everything slots together very beautifully. So you get your extension table. Then you also get this fabulous bit of kit, which this is a quilting handlebar almost. So what you do is you've got your quilt, and ordinarily if you're quilting free motion or walking foot quilting, you're having to grip with your hands, and this can really put a lot of strain, be quite uncomfortable on fingers, wrists, hands, make them feel quite tense and uncomfortable. You've got this quilting handlebar, so you've got your handles here. You've got a rubber grip all the way around the underside, okay? So that's going to hold your fabric, okay? So that when you're sewing, look, you can do it with 2 fingers. It's so easy because this is gripping the fabric rather than that sort of death grip, as I like to call it, that's moving your fabric around. You get that included with your machine for free. You also get a Brother, not generic, a Brother walking foot. This is included for free. Normally this would be an extra cost. All of this extra quilting kit is £160 worth of extras that have been included for free. You're not paying for these. You've got your Brother walking foot. You've got your Brother darning foot, your free motion quilting foot. It's an open toe, which is my favourite. Okay. You've also got your quilting guide. Okay, so this fits through on your walking foot. There's two little holes there and there. So what you would do is you would mark your first line, maybe cross-hatching or something like that. You'd mark your first line, and then you'd decide on the distance that you wanted between your lines. You can make it smaller, you can make it bigger, yeah? And then what you do when you sew your next line of sewing is sorry, this hand's in the way. You rest this in the first line of stitching, and then you sew. And then you sew your next line, and you just line this up with your previous line of stitching. Okay. So you get that included as well. This is all for free. And then you also get your 1/4 inch foot for piecing. And this has a metal guide bar on it. And I tell you what, the only other guide bar that I've seen which was as sturdy and strong as that was the Benina. So really strong and sturdy. So absolutely amazing. Amazing. Right, let's do a bit more stitching. Now, let me show you. Oh, something else I want to show you actually. Let's show that, yeah. Yeah, oh it does, yeah. So the quilting kit, the £160 worth, it comes in a box like this with your machine. All right, that is exclusive to us here at Sewing Street. So if you were to look elsewhere, you can find the machine, okay, but you're not going to get that free quilting bundle. That's £160 worth. Yeah, really good. So what I wanted to show you on this machine is the J foot. So this is the one that we're going to use for the vast majority of our sewing. Is actually longer than a standard J foot on Brother machines, and it's longer than a standard zigzag foot on other sewing machines, on every sewing machine. Okay, it's longer. The feed dogs on the bed of the sewing machine are also longer than standard. Now, the reason for that is that the longer the feed dogs, the longer the foot, the more contact they have with fabric. So they're going to control the fabric. They're going to move the fabric more smoothly, more evenly, more consistently. But also, the feed dog, the feed system on the NV1100 is not elliptical. Okay? It is actually what they call a square feed system. You might be familiar with this when we talk Juki sewing machines, which we're going to be over the weekend. The Jukis have a box feed system. This is a square feed system. And this is, without doubt, a more superior way of controlling and feeding the fabric. I really noticed it, actually, when I did some straight stitching. Because, I'll be honest with you, I do struggle to get those perfect lines of straight stitching. Even with lots of experience, it's not a beginner problem. It can be just an everyone problem. So I've got it on a straight stitch. And it's just amazing. This is with no hands. The way it feeds is so consistent. And I just think that line of stitching is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So neat, so tidy. Yeah, can you see that line of stitching there? Just absolutely beautiful. Really cool. Right, let me show you how to do things like numbers and letters. Oh, Charmaine has said, evening, Stuart. Where are you, Charmaine? It's 5 o'clock somewhere, right? Absolutely love this machine. I've had mine for a year. Easy to use, and I'm an inexperienced sewer. Charmaine, that's a great acknowledgement. It is very, very easy to use. We had a question also about the throat space. I think it's 8 inches. It might even be 9. I'm just going to measure it for you. 8.5. Slap bang in the middle. 8.5-inch throat space. So that's a really good throat space, isn't it? Really good. If you're doing, and also as well the height. The height is important too. The height of the throat space is 4 inches. So again, you're thinking about those larger projects. Really, really good. A message? Sorry, missed the beginning. Do you get the extension table with this machine? When do you only get the extension table if you buy it from Sewing Street? If you buy it anywhere else, you'd pay £160 to get the quilting kit. And that's your extension table, your quilting handlebars, walking foot, darning foot, quilting guide, and 1/4-inch piecing foot. Ah, Charmaine's in New Zealand. Lovely, lovely. Oh, well, good evening to you, my love. Yeah, it really is 5 o'clock somewhere, isn't it? Right. So, yeah, there's a few different things on this machine, like My Custom Stitch. My Custom Stitch is, it's really cool. I'm going to grab the manual and just show you what it is. So you can combine and recombine stitches that are already in the machine, okay? That's easy, really basic stuff. In fact, I'm going to do that first. Okay. Right. So let's do a little decorative stitch and then a name and then a little decorative stitch. So, I don't know if you can get the front of the sewing machine. There isn't another overhead, is there? I mean, I can turn the machine around. Oh, yeah, there we go. If I turn the machine a bit. Oh, I'll tell you what I need to do. I need to take this off. Right. How's that? Right. Does that work? Yeah, that works, doesn't it? All right, super. Right, so first of all, you'll see down here, I've got everyday utility, utility, decorative, an alphabet. Okay, these are my different modes, and these are all represented on the top of my sewing machine as well. Your everyday utility stitches refers to these. These are the stitches you'll use most often: straight stitch, zigzag, triple stitch, lightning stitch, basic blind hem stitch as well, all right? Your utility stitches, these are all your sort of slightly more involved, slightly fancier stitches, and these are ones you program in sort of numerically. This is also where you'll find things like your buttonholes and also your button sewing function. Now, if I go down to decorative, it'll always say to me, is it okay to cancel the current pattern selection? I just say, okay, of course. And we've got decorative 1, and we've also got decorative 2, because there's so many. I'm going to pick stitch number 3, okay, which is this lovely stitch here, gorgeous. So I'm going to have that little decorative stitch at the start. Then, I'm going to do Bruce, okay. So, into alphabets, B is 02. There's my B. R is 18. So I'm not having to press memory or anything else. I just wait for the letter to appear and it's programmed in. If I need to go back, there's a back button right here. Just press that. So E05. Okay, so I've got Bruce, and then I want to finish with that decorative stitch again. So go back to decorative 2, remember, and it was stitch number 3. So now I've got that little decorative stitch at the end as well. And that is it. That is how you program in words, letters, names, you name it. So while I've got it here, let's stitch it out. Here we go. So it's going to stitch the decorative element first. And what this will do is it'll stitch one full repeat. Now, if I want to keep going, all I've got to do is take my foot off the pedal and then put my foot back on the pedal and keep it down, and it'll stitch another full repeat. If I'm not using the foot pedal at all, then I just have to press the start-stop button again, and it'll sew another full repeat. And at the end of the line or the pattern, it'll stitch some locking stitches, and then I can trim my thread and I am done. So it's doing the little decorative stitch and click. And look, there we go. Bruce, how's that? Isn't that cool? And the thing is as well, look, I make no bones about this. I'm terrible with technology. If it's complicated, I switch off. I'm not even interested in trying to learn. This is so easy to put things in. Now, I've just combined decorative with letters and decorative. You could go decorative, 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 repeat that pattern, so you're creating your own stitches, but there's something way more than that. There's something called My Custom Stitch. So, My Custom Stitch works like this, all right? Don't know if you can see this. So you get like a gridded sheet, yeah? And what you do there is you map out the stitch that you want to do, okay, on a grid. And then essentially it gives you coordinates, yeah? So you'll see that from your initial drawing, and if you want repeats, you can determine the repeat, yeah? Then from there, you plot a series of little points that join up this area to this, and so on. And then basically what you do is you program those points into the sewing machine. So you can create something completely unique easily. And then you can store it, and then you can combine that with stitches that are already on the sewing machine. It's really, really clever. Right, let's do a buttonhole. Because buttonholes are one of those things where, you know, It really, really does make or break a garment, doesn't it? So I'm just going to remove Bruce from my sewing machine. Maybe not forevermore, but for now, certainly. And I'm going to go back to my utility stitches. I'm going to pick a buttonhole. Ooh, let's do a nice keyhole, number 64. I do love a keyhole buttonhole. And you might think, well, why do I need different kinds of buttonholes, Stuart? Why don't I just, isn't a buttonhole a buttonhole? So a keyhole buttonhole is brilliant when you've got a bulky button or a button with a big shank, where you need that extra clearance. It's something like an overcoat, for example, where you need that extra clearance, but then once the button's gone through, you need that extra hole to sort of close back up again, and that's what the keyhole does. So buttonhole foot, you've got a little slider on the back. You see this little slider, and what you do there is you grab your button. So I've got some buttons here. Yeah. So you pop your button in, okay, and then you close until it grips. It's got to grip the button, okay? This now tells the machine how big, how long, how wide, well, not how wide, but how long, how deep the buttonhole is or needs to be. Clip it on, and then you've got a little lever that pulls down. This is pretty standard, to be honest, for a buttonhole foot. Lift the presser foot. Oops. Position where you'd like your buttonhole to be. Oh, just managed to pull the thread out of the needle. There we go. Do you know, it's getting these new glasses, they're brilliant. Right, and then let's sew our buttonhole. So it's going to sew the left-hand side first. Should have trimmed my threads really, but never mind. You'll forgive me, won't you? I know, look at it go. And it's going to lock my stitches off. Click the button and we are done. Do you know, I think I'm going to sew, can I have some scissors, please? Yeah, I'm going to sew that again because that thread is making it look really untidy and there was no need for me to do that. That was naughty. You'd think, wouldn't you? Ah, here we go. Got a big pair here. They're rather large, but anyway. Right, let's do that again. So if you wanted several buttonholes and they're all the same size, okay, so you can start sewing your buttonhole and then you can snip your thread off if you want to. I'm just going to hold it out of the way. And we're going to end up with this lovely, neat, really, really clever foot this. There we go. So much nicer. Snip the thread. And there, let me see if I can show you that. There's my beautiful buttonhole. Yeah, there it is. There it is. There's the other one. It was a bit untidy with those bits of thread, but there it is. Perfect size for my button. Now, the other thing that you can do with this machine, which I think is rather wonderful, is you can sew a button on with it as well. So I'm going to take the button out and I'm going to sew my button on. Now, the button sewing foot is rather superior to most. I want to show you this. You've got an extra little, can you see that little bar right in the centre? Oh, just trying to turn it. Can you see right in the centre? Yeah? and you can pull that back. I know you can still see the lower one, but if I push it in, there's a second bit that pops out. That's going to create a shank on the buttonhole, which is a lovely extra feature. Let's fit this foot. Whoops. There we go. So, fabric underneath, and I'm going to position the button so it's sitting directly under that foot. Remember, you can always lift your presser foot higher if you need to. And you need to position that foot so that the holes are either side of that little centre bar. Now, you've got a button sewing function. It's in utility stitches. It's stitch number 70. Okay, so this is going to stitch a zigzag, but it's going to stitch a zigzag in one place, so it doesn't engage the feed dogs. That's really important. Here we go. It's locking the stitches and trim. Okay, so now we can take this off. Okay, and I'm just going to trim the threads. I'm going to do that again with the remaining 2 holes. So again, always hand crank through the full range just to check that you've got your button in exactly the right position. It's as simple as that. It literally takes no time at all. And then look, here's my button all sewn on. It's great, isn't it? And I just want to show you that I had the shank function. So if I just, how can I turn it? So can you see? You've got this extra thread. Can you see? You've got this sort of almost like little stalks. It's very difficult to show and not have my hands in the way. But you've got that little stalk. That's the shank. Now, if you wanted the button sewn flush to the garment, then all you would do is there's a little lever you can pull. You see this one here, this little lever at the side. You can pull it back, and now that shank is disengaged. And so if I sew a different button on, I've got a smaller button here, and I'll sew it without the shank, and you'll see the difference. Well, hopefully you'll see a difference. Imagine if there was no difference. There will be. Haha. So I'm just positioning that in place. So again, check by turning the flywheel. Oops, press a foot down. So quick, isn't it? Amazing. Yeah, it's absolutely done. And if I take that away, look at how neat for a start that is. Can you see? It's flush now. Whereas there's movement with this. So if you're going through thick fabric, you'd need that. But if it was thin fabric, like a shirt, for example, you wouldn't. So that's now flush. You see? So I was talking earlier on about doing a quilt with buttons. Well, you could do that. You could do that with the, yeah, and put buttons to hold your layers of your quilt together. Really clever, really clever. Right, let's talk about this fabulous machine and what you get for under £1,000. 5 split pays, first of all. I would really take advantage of those split pays because, I mean, just brilliant, under £200. So you've got 150 stitches. You've got 10 automatic one-step buttonholes, button sewing feature. You can drop your feed dogs. You can do free motion quilting. You have got the alphabet, numbers, punctuation. So easy to program as well, so easy to put those in. You've also got lots of decorative stitches, patchwork and quilting stitches. You've got things like your blanket stitch for lovely machine applique as well. Then you've also got a really full range of feet. So all of your utility feet that you would expect, but then if you buy it from us here, you get the quilting kit. This is exclusive. You're getting the extension table. Now they can be £50 for an extension table. They can be in the region of £50. You get your walking foot, that's £40. Your darning foot, that's £17.50. Your 1/4 inch piecing foot, that's about £15. You also get your quilting guide bar, and then you also, I think this is brilliant, you get your free motion gripper. That is so cool. Don't need to wear gloves with that. It's not attached to your quilt either. So for example, you might have been thinking, well, I'm going to fill that space up really quickly. Well, if it was a fixed tube, then you've got to take it off. And this, you literally put it on the top of your fabric and it grips. So this could be free motion applique on a single layer of fabric. It could be sort of art stitching, creating texture in embroideries or appliques, but equally this is your free motion quilting. And if you find this really helpful, you may even find yourself using this when you're sewing things like borders or blocks together, where you've pinned your rows together and you've got a lot to get through and it's heavy and you find it uncomfortable. Try using this. Obviously stitch up to the edge and then you can take this off, reposition, and again push your fabric through your machine. So I think it's a really clever bit of kit actually, and probably the kind of thing that once you start using you'll think, how on earth did I ever manage? Now all of that extra kit, that quilting kit, you'd pay £160 for. And if you look elsewhere, you can't get the free quilting bundle. You only get that with us here at Sewing Street. The whole machine under £1,000. If you take that £160 off, you're paying £839.99. Yeah, fabulous, fabulous. Absolutely brilliant. Right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, Suzie is here with a fabulous set of cushions. I'll see you after this.
Wow, I can't believe it's been 3 years since I joined the Sewing Street team. Where do those years go? You know what, we're doing a massive celebration to really make something of my 3 years here at Sewing Street. We've got some amazing guests with me over the weekend, including our fabulous Delphine Brooks. We've got Gary from Dukey, Joe's here from Storage for Crafts, and our wonderful Suzie Duncan too. Loads of different projects, loads of fabulous products, and celebrations galore. It wouldn't be a celebration without you, so I hope you'll join me here on Sewing Street for my 3rd anniversary weekend. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your App Store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
It is our final hour, boo. But we've got our fabulous Suzie Duncan. Yay! Suzie, welcome back.
Thank you.
I am really excited about this hour because this is an opportunity to showcase loads of different techniques,
Yes.
loads of different patterns. If you want to learn something new, try something new.
Yes.
This is a really good way of doing
It
it.
is. I always think a cushion is a good way of learning a new block as well.
Really is.
So yeah, and that's how I experiment with blocks.
Love it. I totally agree with you. It's something practical, beautiful, useful, but also you can kind of learn everything and then at the end think, oh, I'm fired up. I want to make the quilt now.
Yeah.
Or not, maybe. This is enough.
And they make
This
good
is
presents.
gorgeous. This is absolutely stunning. This is called intertwined.
Intertwined star.
Intertwined star.
Yeah.
Look, it's so clever. I know you're looking at that thinking, oh, Stuart, that is way too advanced for me to piece. Suzie?
Dead easy.
Dead easy, dead easy. And look, we've got prairie points. I'm currently obsessed with prairie
Yeah,
points.
I'm a little bit obsessed with prairie points.
Bring them back, bring them back.
'Cause I've done a lot of dinosaur painting, so Stegosaurus.
Well, you know, whatever floats your boat. I just think they're an absolutely gorgeous
Yeah.
addition. Funnily enough, one of our lovely viewers sent me a picture yesterday. They'd done one of my Christmas cushions. Instead of pom-pom trim, they'd done prairie
Yeah.
points.
See,
Beautiful.
I can't put pom-poms on our cushions because the dog will just think that
Fair
they're
enough.
there to play with.
Asking for
whereas
trouble.
these he leaves.
Yeah, it's lovely. Now we've got the pattern, we've got two brand new colourways to share. Let's start with the colourways. So let's do the pastels. So this is Pastel Liberty.
Yeah.
Super, super pretty. Liberty for $29.99. I know what you're thinking. How on earth are we doing that? But we are. You get 6 fat quarters. That's 1.5 meters of beautiful Liberty Wiltshire shadow. You're also getting the full pattern for the intertwined triangles. Do I learn how to do the prairie points?
You do it all.
Amazing. You've got different layouts, different colourways. Also, do you see that you've got these quarter stars in the corners? So we get like a secondary pattern if we put more blocks together.
Exactly. Watch this space.
Watch this space. Full instructions, notes for your own design. You can colour in your own design. This is an easy project.
Yes, it is. Yeah, yeah. Easy half-day project you can put together. Last-minute gift. Decorate a room. I mean, you can do them in whatever fabrics you like. But
Yeah.
I mean, I just, as you know, I love a Liberty fabric, but especially Wiltshire shadows, and you can really play around with the colour schemes
Beautiful.
with these.
So, are we thinking background star?
Yeah, that's what I've done.
That would be lovely, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Or I suppose even you could do background
Yeah.
star.
Yeah.
Because that's a little bit more contrasting.
Yeah.
You could also get the kit, if you've got some other Liberty or pretty florals, you could do a mixture of Wiltshire Shadow plus your Liberty
Yeah.
and do 2.
Absolutely, yeah.
You?
Yeah, mix and match. Yeah.
Really, really, really pretty. This is the Liberty Pastel Intertwined Petal Cushion Kit. This is the Liberty version. That's super pretty. You're going to demo with this,
Yeah, that's
aren't
the one
you?
I've got for demo.
Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Then I've also got a poppy cotton version. Now, I'm going to just show you this and then I'm going to tell you what I would do if it was me.
Oh.
Right, look.
I haven't seen this, so go on then.
Well, look.
See if I think
at
the same.
this. Look at those beautiful poppy cotton. Okay. With your pattern. I think it's gorgeous, but this is what I would do. Because I don't know if this was the intention, but hello, these all go together.
Yep.
These all work in perfect harmony. The greens, the lilacs, the soft coral pink, the blues, they all work together. So if it was me, I would be choosing, do we need 6 fat, no, how many fat
5
quarters?
fat-
1, 2,
5
3,
fat
4.
quarters. 6.
So 4
6
for the
fat- Yeah, and another one for the background.
So it's
6
5 for the start.
Yeah, 5 for the start and then one for the background. Yeah.
I'd be doing a mixture, 3 and 2, 3 and 2. I'd be mixing them up.
Absolutely.
I think they go really beautifully
They would.
together.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like they were
Meant
picked
to be.
to go together.
Yeah.
You know? Lovely. Lovely. That's what I'd do.
Yeah.
That's what I'd do. Also,
Well,
you know...
So I was just going to say, if you've got, if you use your own fabric for the backing, instead of using it from here, you could make 2 but opposite way round. So you could have a light background or a dark background.
Love that.
So you could have a night and day
Love
type
that.
effect.
Yeah. Or throw in a metre of something like quilter's calico, and you could do 2, couldn't you?
Yeah.
You start background in calico and backing. Lots of ways to make these kits go further.
Yeah.
Aren't they beautiful? Now, if you want the pattern on its own, if you're thinking, Stuart, that would make the most gorgeous scrappy quilt, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. It really would. Here's the pattern on its own, $9.99. It's so clever, though, the way it runs through.
As ribbons, yeah.
Really clever.
Yeah. I think it would be a really good Christmas dinner plate, you know, the mats.
Like a placemat, yeah.
Placemat, because you could do it in Christmas fabrics, one of them, and then you could do some quilting in metallic thread. That would look really cool.
What, and then slop a load of turkey gravy all over it?
We don't have
Sprouts smashed into it. No chance, Suzie Duncan.
No.
Just for show.
Yes.
And then when we sit down to eat, these get whipped off.
Yes.
And the melamine goes down.
Yes. And the bibs go on.
The plastic goes on the table. The poncho. Definitely. I was just imagining the horror at home with people going, and then eat off it? No chance. Liberty.
I would be all right. I would be okay.
Are you a neat eater?
I am,
See,
yes.
I'm not. That'll come as no surprise to anybody.
No, Dunks isn't. Honestly, just putting salt on his food or pepper,
Yeah.
it looks like a snowstorm has passed through our dining room.
Yeah. No, I love the idea, but no, Susie, no. Unless I can put clear plastic over the top. I suppose you could.
Yeah.
Anyway, gorgeous. You can get the pattern on its own. We both said, wouldn't this make the most gorgeous quilt?
It
So will
would.
you show me how to make it?
I will.
Thank you.
I will. Are we going to do that now?
Thank you.
Awesome.
Liberty, very popular. If you want the Liberty pastels,
Right, I'm
don't
just
hang
gonna
about.
Grab this, because we will need these in a minute.
So many other things to go through.
Oh
as
no,
well.
but that's why I was surprised we're doing this now. So it's most of the design is half square triangles, which is one of those fundamentals that if you can get to grips with it, it's an easy thing to do and so versatile. You can do so much with it.
Yes.
So I'm doing a 2-in-1 method for the half square triangles, and there's a specific number of each that you have to make. So it's all there in the instructions, but that is why I've given you in the instructions this little diagram here, so that you can colorise your own.
Great.
Because that way you know exactly what you're cutting and how many of each.
Yeah, for sure.
And then I just do an extra little bit of crib notes with the colours I've got versus the colours in the layout that's given in the cutting guide, and then I can cut things the right way around.
Fab. Because you're not just doing sort of like a coloured half and a cream half.
No, it's a mix and match.
It's a real
job.
mix,
Yeah,
yeah.
because of that intertwined ribbon.
It's really clever.
So you need something, you're going to sew a 1/4 inch either side of the diagonal. Now I prefer to mark my sewing lines rather than a diagonal and wing the 1/4 inch. So I place my 1/4 inch mark of my ruler along the diagonal, and then with a friction pen or fabric marker of choice, preferably you can get rid of, erasable. Sorry, I couldn't think of the word then. And then when you come to do the other side, again, line up your 1/4 on the diagonal, but you've got to double check here because you've got your 1/2 inch. So as
That's
long as
different.
that,
So you're marking your sewing lines.
I mark my sewing
I like
lines. And you can put a pin in if you want to. Is that the right one? No, that's the wrong one. Let's get a pin out. Love a pin. Or you can clip, whichever you prefer. Don't, you know my trick on the earlier show where I used a glue pen? Don't do that for this because we need those to fold out.
Yeah,
so
we're
the
using
glue pen
all
is
the
not,
fabric.
it's not a good plan. So I'm just going to do this one as well because I'm going to show you a couple of methods.
Do you want me
of
to mark that
trimming.
while you sew?
That would be superb.
Yeah, I can
Thank
do
you very
that.
much, Liz. Right, so I'll sew this one.
I'm a giver. What can I say? I'm a giver.
So for this, I'm not sewing at a 1/4 inch, I'm just sewing down the line. And that's why I like to mark, because then I can just whiz down that line. And normally I would chain piece, so I'd get them all marked up, lined up, and whiz down them.
It's a bit faint.
Did you not give it enough welly?
I think maybe not. There we go.
Awesome. So before I sew that one, may I have my ruler, please?
Sure.
Thank you. So once you've sewn them, what you then do is cut them in half down the middle. And again, no one's going to lose sleep if they're not exactly in the middle, because the important process is now to open them up. So am I allowed to employ your pressing
Yeah, of course.
skills?
Do you want them open or
I would
to
like
one
them
side?
open,
Pressed
please.
open.
Yeah, and while you're doing that, I'll stitch this, and then I'll show you what we're doing with them next. Just checking that I put the other one on the bottom. But you're going to do this. This is the laborious bit, because it's a repeat process.
Mindful.
Exactly.
Relaxing.
It is, because at this stage, you're just following a line, cutting it apart, pressing it.
This is when the podcast goes on, Susie.
Yeah.
Or the audio book.
Yeah, it's the audio book for me, or a film.
Ooh.
I love a black and white.
I've just been listening to the $6 billion gold scam on iPlayer. Oh, brilliant.
Was it good?
Absolutely compelling.
Well, I've just started reading The Great Gatsby. I've seen the film, all the films.
I've drunk the cocktail.
Oh, have you? Can
Yeah.
I just flip and
Yeah.
chat? Sorry. And I've seen films, never read the books, so it's one of the book club books I've got to read. And the other one is Lessons in Chemistry, which I have already read, but I'm reading again. So I'll let you press that one, and then I'm going to show you 2 ways of trimming.
Oh, sorry.
I'm going to show you 2 ways of trimming them.
Really? Oh, okay, cool. Oh, so you trim them to size?
Yes.
Got you.
So I know that traditionally the formula is add 7/8 of an inch.
Yeah.
Now I don't know about you, Stuart, but are you going to count 7/8 on a ruler?
I mean, whole inches are easier.
Exactly. So I just do an extra inch.
Okay.
So my instructions are written for that.
I like that. I like that.
I'm not messing around with 7/8.
No, fair enough.
And I can waste 1/8 of an inch of fabric, I'm sure. Thank you very much, Lee. So if you've got a traditional ruler, like this one, I say traditional, the Creative Grids, most of the quilting rulers have a 45-degree angle on them. These we're trimming back. I've got a 45-degree angle that I'm placing on my sewn seam line, and what you need to watch is that is running down the middle, and the measurement you need is within your square, and that the point is still running on the seam. And you can trim those first 2 sides like that. Then turn it round so you've got your opposite sides against the ruler. Line up the measurement that you want. Make sure that your 45-degree is still in that seam line, and then you can take off that excess. And I would rather waste that than worry that I'm not going to get the right size.
Your half square triangle now is perfect.
Absolutely.
And cutting something perfect and sewing something perfect are 2 different things.
Absolutely.
Cutting something perfect is a lot easier.
Well, not only that, it is perfect at the end of it, as long as you've lined up the right measurement. And you can see how quickly you can do this. So again, I chain piece them all, and then I just sit and blitz, cutting up. I did 196 half square triangles the other day in one go. Yeah.
That's hardcore.
I had a sore
Yeah.
wrist at the end of it.
Yeah.
So the other method is if you have the perfect half square and quarter square triangle ruler, similar concept, and you can do this with the smaller of the stripology squared as well, because it will go down to a 2.5 inch.
Okay.
But the stripology XL starts at 4.5 inch. But they all have a diagonal line marked on them at your 45s. So I line up one along my seam line and the other one through my corner, the opposite diagonal corners. And then I'll take the blade into the teardrop at 2.5, move over, make sure your fingers are out the way and do the same. Then you take those bits away, turn it 90 degrees, so you've got your new cut edges at the top and bottom. Realign, but this time those cut edges are on the horizontal lines that join up with the line that you're cutting on.
Got you.
And then you can cut off the excess. Now, I know that we've sold a lot of these, so there's a lot of them out there.
That does look a lot quicker.
Yeah, I mean,
If
this
you've got
is
a lot to do.
This is what I use for the 196. I treated myself to sitting in the garden while I did it as well.
Well, you know, it proves the point I make often. Whatever job you've got to do in quilting, make friends with it. Whatever you have to do.
Yes.
If that's put some music on,
Yeah.
sit in the garden to do it, whatever you need. You
Yeah.
use fun tools, whatever it takes.
Yeah.
Find something to take pleasure in what you're
Exactly.
doing.
Well, I said the other day, to one of my children, I think it was, do you know, the English are the best procrastinators with tea drinking, because every time we hit something that's slightly,
Kettle on.
yeah, the kettle goes on.
But there's thinking
But,
time.
yeah, so I drink a
It's
lot of tea.
thinking time.
So we've got all our half square triangles, and then it's the fun bit of laying them all out.
Yes, please.
And that is, I've got to remember which is which now.
Is this thinking time?
This is like, so what I tend to do is put them in fabric order, because in my patterns, I always name fabrics F1, F2, F3, F4, etc.
Okay.
So if I pile them that way, then I know what I'm doing. She says, orange, yeah, it's yellow. isn't
Well, we'll
it?
see, won't
Well,
we?
we'll
Susie?
see. Yeah. You know, it's been one of those mornings. It's all going to go horribly pear-shaped, isn't it?
Those
I
ones
know.
are different to each other, aren't they? There's
Yeah.
two
I
pretty
know
ones,
that these go
Yeah.
in the middle,
Good.
because I chose the dark blue to go in the middle,
Yes.
and actually that's that way around.
I
There
suppose
you
this is
go.
where your colouring sheet is
Yeah,
so useful.
absolutely.
Because that's your handy-dandy guide, isn't it?
So once I've got those in place, I can then start building out the other ones. And you do need squares as well, so let's just put them
While you do a
together.
bit of arranging,
Yeah, I'll move over.
let
to
me
my-
remind you at home, we'll give Susie some thinking space. It's hard to do two things at once.
Rude.
No, it is though. Am I wrong? Am I
No,
wrong?
it's totally
tr-
right.
It is. It's really hard.
Yeah.
Liberty on screen right
Not
now. That's the
because
lovely
I've done it
pastel
right
version
anyway.
that Susie's working on at the moment. You get 6 beautiful pastel. This is all Wiltshire Shadow. It's so gorgeous. It really is. You've got that gorgeous lilac. You've got a lovely soft rose pink. A really gentle sage green. This gorgeous kind of light cornflower. A pale sky. And this is almost like a blush pink. I thought at first it was cream, but it's like a blush pink.
Yeah,
it's really gorgeous.
It's oyster.
Oyster.
Yeah, that one's oyster.
Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah, so you've got dusted violet, ballet slippers, sage, marine, cloud, and oyster white.
Oyster.
That's how sad I am.
Love. Oh no, I'm exactly the
You
same.
know what? I think I've sewn these in the wrong way order, but never mind. We can wing it.
Oh,
I think it's these
fabulous.
ones that
You get your pattern as well, of course. Be warned though, there's low teens of this kit left. Yeah, basically everything that we've got available is in baskets. If you check out your basket now, it'll all be gone. It'll all be sold out. So don't hang about. Don't hang about. That's the Liberty. And then I've also got the poppy cotton version. Here's the poppy cotton. And again, you get these 6 beautiful fat quarters plus your pattern for £29.99. It's brilliant. You've got that gorgeous kind of buttery yellow floral. You've got a sort of slaty blue, a sky blue. Then you've got a soft mint green with little yellow rosebuds all over it. You've got a mint green check, and then you've got this absolutely beautiful, soft, peachy orange floral. Just delightful. Now, I've already said this, but I'll say it again. I would combine both sets. I know you get 2 patterns, one for me, one for a friend, you know. But I think these would work so beautifully together. And Suzie, correct me if I'm wrong, but I reckon that 2 lots plus perhaps a metre and a half of quilter's calico, would that do 3 blocks, 4 blocks even?
You'd get 4 blocks.
4 blocks.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking mini quilt.
Yeah, because you'd use your calico for your backings.
Yeah.
And you'd probably have enough trim. If you didn't do the prairie points, you'd definitely get that. But you could do one with prairie points and one without, so there's a difference again. Yeah. So
But I'm thinking 4 in a mini quilt would be gorgeous, absolutely beautiful.
I'm having an absolute mare here, but because I'm looking at the wrong colours.
Yes.
It totally throws your head.
I know. Well, it definitely proves
there.
the point that using the colouring sheet is a really, really good idea.
Which is why I put it in.
Yeah.
Also, I can't count. I've decided this morning. I'm looking at something and thinking I need 2 of those.
It's
And I'm
definitely a
picking
life
up
skill.
1. Madness. Right, but I'm not. I'm back in the room now.
She's back. She's
We're
back.
back. We're
Suzie
back, we're
Duncan is back.
Yeah, bad luck. But I'm missing that one, which is that
The light
one.
blue and cream?
No, it's that one.
Ah.
There we go. What I wanted to do is get the first row in place, at least, so you can see what it is.
Yes.
And then, so this one is the pink and white again. And you've got an orange, which is actually a green.
Orange is the new green.
Yeah, orange is the new green. That's why I'm confused, because it just doesn't match. So here we go, we are getting here. That's going to go under there. Then we have 2 of these.
I love the idea of having secondary patterns.
Yeah, I do, and you can see them. And that's why having the colouring sheet, I mean, I photocopy that so I can play around with the colours as well. So that goes in there. See, now it's coming together because my head's now engaged.
Yes.
There you are. So that comes there. That goes there, that goes there, and we have one of these. It's like doing a jigsaw without a picture.
Yeah.
And then, so we've
No,
got,
not pink.
no, we've got 2 rows completed, but you can start to see how, and they are actually, the design is a mirror image, so you can, flip mirror image.
Yes.
So you can work one side and then the other, but if you think of everything threading through, it makes it a lot easier.
Got you.
So here, for example, at the bottom here, we'd have that there. And you get this chevron shape. So that's what we're trying to achieve, that sort of arrow.
Yes.
With
I can
these
see
bits.
that now.
So you see, again, you see another thing coming on. So I make coasters that are actually folded like this shape. That's where it all came from, because I was playing around with ideas. But yeah, but my advice is, as Stuart has said, use the colouring sheet, because otherwise your head's going, what? Hang on, what am I doing? What's going where? And that one comes out that way. No, it goes out that way. There you are. So you can start to see it. And then what you do is put them together, right sides together, and do each row.
Right.
And quick tip, I am obsessed with labelling my clips.
And with good reason.
Yes, because what I do is I put the relevant number on the left-hand side of each row, so that even if I take them to the ironing board and iron them in a different order, I know exactly which way round everything
Got you,
goes.
yeah.
And that's an easy thing to do. If you haven't got a label maker, pick up a Sharpie and just write it on
Oh,
the
I have
back.
Sharpies.
Or colour codes. So, you know how if you use the colours of the rainbow, for example, you've got 7 colours instantly. If you've got 7 colour clips, or you know your even numbers are blue and your odd numbers are green,
Oh,
whatever.
I don't know my even or not odds.
Oh, right.
That's too
So,
sophisticated.
but do it row by row, press that row, and then you're going to piece the rows together, and it will come together.
Cool.
Prairie points, dead easy.
Oh, yes.
And look, now I've spent
Oh,
all
look,
that
after
time.
all that work laying them out, now you can...
I'll go and have that headache later. I love a puzzle. So prairie points.
Yes. Have a prairie point.
Love a prairie point. So working out sizing is up to you. For this pattern, I wanted them not too large because I wanted the design concept, the points. That's why it's got prairie points on it, because the whole thing was about points. But I didn't want them to be overpowering.
It's gorgeous.
So they're just simple little ones.
Yeah.
And you're going to cut squares from your fabric. And with all of these, I would best press your fabric first, or starch savvy or flatter, whichever you want to use. But do that before you cut. And then when you come to do prairie points, I would get it out again.
Oh, yeah.
And have another go.
Give it a little
Give it a spritz. So if you've never used any of these fabric stabilisers before, all you do with them is...
vanilla lavender?
Yeah, lavender fields. Love this. So, yeah, I spray this on everywhere. Our carpet in the room where I iron smells divine. So I'm just going to do one of each. Give it a count of 10 to soak in as well. That's the other mistake I've seen. People spritz and then iron. It's like, what is the point?
Right.
All you're doing is
sink
evaporating
into the fibres.
Yeah, because the whole idea is that it relaxes the fibres and puts that nice sort of, straightens them all up again and makes them precise and neat.
Yeah.
If only we could have it in life.
I know. Well, flatter that I've got on tomorrow, you can actually spritz it on clothes that you've worn once on a hanger, and it'll relax the wrinkles so it's good as new.
Yeah.
You can wear it again.
Does it work on skin?
No. Look at me. Does it look like it does?
Ditto.
So,
The amount I spray, I should be absolutely mirror smooth now. Press, because we've put the best press on there, so I'll give them all a quick press. Then this is where precision comes in. So you want to fold them point to point.
so wrong sides together.
Wrong sides together. And I do hold the point with one hand and tease out with the other before I put the iron on.
Yeah.
Then press the iron, not your fingers. Give it a good press. So the sharper the crease, the better with these. And then I'm going to fold that so that on the long side, where the fold is, those points are coming across. And again, pinch it down and then press it. And that's as difficult as a prairie point gets,
Okay.
which isn't
So
tricky.
you make them all individually.
Yes, I do. I know there are methods where people...
There is continuous.
There is.
The only thing with continuous is they're all the same colour.
Yeah, and I wanted mine
Scrappy,
not the
yeah.
same colour.
Yeah. Plus you
So-
can vary the distance between them, can't
Absolutely.
you?
You've got full control over that, the colour scheme. You've also got the opportunity to do different sizes as well. So if you want say every sixth one to be slightly bigger, then you can cut a bigger square.
Oh yeah, you could.
There is an interesting mathematical calculation for working out how big a square to get your prairie point.
Right.
If you're bothered to look it up and want to do it. I personally think, right, that's what I want. Get a piece of paper, cut it that size. Does
Yeah.
it work? Yep, that's perfect.
Yeah,
I'll
that's
go with that. So it is just origami. So if you're not sure, cut a square of paper, because a piece of paper costs nothing pretty
fair
much,
enough.
doesn't it?
Yeah.
And you think how much paper we throw, a back of an envelope, which you're going to put in the recycle bin.
Yeah.
Use that just to practice. So once you've got all of those, I'll just move that out the way for us. If you imagine that we've got this is the edge of our cushion,
Yeah.
the right side, I arrange them together and I make sure that I've got a 1/4 inch with it, my 1/4 inch isn't going to miss the point. I want the point within the seam so it's caught. Then I decide which way round they're going to go, whether they're going to open to the right or open to the left, because you want them all the same way round.
Yeah.
And then I start feeding in. Now, how many you do is
So
entirely
does that
up
have
to
to
you.
be the folded edge in there?
Yes, folded edge goes in
Yeah.
and the open edge goes out. So I've got all my openings going to my right.
Got you.
And I just work my way along, and I do this freehand, but what I tend to do is I know this distance and I know the size of these, so I can do a bit of maths and work out the middle and work out where they go.
Got you.
But what I'm saying is don't stitch at this stage, because you might want to shuffle them if you haven't quite got them, because they can go as close as you like.
Yeah.
They can, you can make loads more
Yeah.
and do them more, as much as you want. Then once you've got them how you want them, increase your stitch length on your sewing machine, or use the basting stitch on your sewing machine to about 3.5, something like that, and just do at 1/8 of an inch a line of stitching to hold them all against the front piece of your cushion front. Because that way, when you come to put the backings on, because they're an envelope back and you're putting right sides together, they're not going to move.
No.
And you haven't got to worry about shift or anything like that. So that's how I do them.
Perfect.
So yeah, so that's that one.
Do you mind if we have a look at a second project?
Absolutely not.
Let's do
That's
that,
fine.
because we've got loads of other things.
Yeah.
Can we look
Do you
at
wanna-
twist and stitch? Can we
I
just
have-
show the twist and stitch? I know you're not going to demo this.
No, but I can
want to show it 'cause it's one of my
explain it.
favourites.
Yeah, it is mine.
I love, love, love it.
And if you've never done twist and stitch, then
it's so cool.
such fun.
It's so
Such fun.
cool. You think it's going to be really hard, don't you?
Yeah, if I hold
Let
that
me
one and you
find
get that,
the ruler.
if you get that as
Yes.
well. I've got my ruler.
think
It's under
you've got
here.
the ru-
No,
oh,
the
is it?
ruler's under there.
Okay.
So it's a June Taylor concept. What June Taylor Company did is develop a ruler called Twist and Stitch that has made creating this effect super easy.
Yeah, yeah.
You start with this.
Now, you wouldn't make it up into a cushion cover. It's just the piecing.
Yeah. So what I've done in my pattern for
Yep.
this is you actually make both cushions from it.
Let me find the pattern. Yes, got it.
Yes. So you'll make both patterns, both cushions come out of the pattern,
Oh, I see.
and then with your waist, you create a mini one on the back.
Cute.
But the
Love that.
reason I did this is if you have got the ruler, it's a great opportunity for you to make this one particularly, and then have this on the back as a reminder of what you need to do to make it in future. So it's almost like your demo one, your sample one.
Sure.
It's super easy. So once you've got your pressed matrix, then you use the ruler by placing it over the top. You have a set border as well, and then you're going to, and this is the bit that threw me to start with, you follow the correct guidelines. Obviously this is not the right size to do this with, you'll make a bigger version, and then you're going to cut in the slits, and then you turn it to cut the other way to get your squares. The important thing is, as you cut, you keep everything in the right order.
Yes.
Don't just willy-nilly pass them everywhere.
Yeah,
because
don't
that,
pile them up.
or scatter them about, because that
Sure.
will just, you'll never get it back. It takes forever. It's worse than a jigsaw. It's like doing a jigsaw where all the little bumps have been cut off.
Oh, no.
That's
do
a
that.
disaster.
Don't
But
do
you
that.
work your way systematically across your grid, and then you'll start again the other side,
Yeah.
and you just cut the whole thing up, and what you're left with is you get little squares left, and I've just re-pieced them to get the matrix for the back piece. But it is great fun to do, and once you've done this is like the basic one really that you can do. You could start with a smaller scale if you wanted to, but I just think this is good fun, and for me this looked like a wreath.
Yeah, it's lovely. Really
So you've got
nice
flowers
design.
and the foliage. And so I just used some of my decorative stitches that look like leaf veining, just to highlight that, and zigzags. So it's an opportunity again to explore your machine a bit more. Self-covered a few buttons for the flower centres.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. Really pretty.
And this one, instead of it being the envelope back being joined as we normally do by bagging out, you know, sewing round and turning through, what I actually did was put a binding on as well,
Oh, lovely.
with all the colours in it, just to add a bit of interest and a bit different. So it's another way, another technique to add to your cushion making arsenal
gorgeous.
as well, and
So-
a great fun ruler.
Can I just ask, with the instructions, do I need the June Taylor ruler?
Yes, you do.
Yes, you do need
Yeah.
the June Taylor. So £9.99 is for your pattern only, but you do need to use this in conjunction with the ruler. But these are great. The twisters, I've got one. It's so
such
much
fun. Yeah.
It's so much fun. And you can do like a twist and stitch pumpkin for
Yeah.
autumn. You can do hearts.
Yeah.
You can do Christmas wreaths. There's loads of snowmen. There's
Yeah.
loads of different patterns out there.
Yes, there are.
That you can
Yeah.
use your twist and stitch ruler for. So this is a great place to start. But once you understand how your initial grid
It has to.
then turns into the twist and stitch.
And that is the critical
get it.
thing. It's the
Yeah.
grid layout
Yeah.
that makes the pattern.
Yeah.
And trying to think backwards is quite tricky. So if you're going to have a go with
Have a go with your
a pattern.
first.
Yeah,
I agree.
because then you'll get the concept going
Yeah.
without having to do the
You
worry.
also look at all the different size options. You actually have 5 different sizes: 3.5, 8, 6.5. Sorry, 3.5, 5, 6.5, 8, and is it 10.5?
10.5, yes.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
10.5.
Yeah.
So lots of different options.
I mean, that makes a massive quilt.
Yeah.
You
Well, and
can
also
get
if you
really
do the large size, the 10.5,
Yeah.
then the spaces in between that Suzie put into this, you can actually use with the smallest size on the twist and stitch.
Yeah.
So you can do a large quilt, and then you can do a wall hanging that
Yes,
matches.
you can. Yeah.
Really clever.
Yeah. Or
really clever.
a strip for the back of your quilt, so you've got the reverse
Yep.
image. Yeah.
Now the kits I've got are for the Disappearing 9 patch. Yeah. So here's Disappearing 9 patch. Let's show that. So this is 2 brand new colourways. All right, I'm going to give that to you.
Yeah.
Right, here we go. So
And-
we've got, let's do the brights first. Yeah. So this is kind of, just watch your mic, my love.
Yeah.
This is lovely brights. This is kind of lemons, oranges and limes. There we go. Are those peacocks?
They are.
Ooh, gorgeous.
Sneaky little peacocks.
They
and
are.
feathers. It's
So you've
beautiful.
got, is that 4 fat quarters, 3 fat quarters and half a metre?
Yep.
Half a metre of your seeded natural cotton, yeah, and 3 fat quarters, and then you get your pattern as well for £22.99. The other version that we've got is William Morris. Love this. It's Moda Best of Morris. So you get your pattern for Disappearing 9 patch, half a metre of, is this cream? And then look at the Morris. Ah, vanilla, vanilla, vanilla. Look, it's got, this is amazing.
That would look awesome, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Love that.
Yeah, that would work really
love
well.
that. Yeah.
So the pattern is actually not just a cushion.
Okay.
You can, because you're going to do 2 different versions, you can turn it into a tote bag.
Oh, front and the back.
So I've given you
Oh,
2
wow.
different layouts
Love that.
and shown you how you can do 2 different designs, if you like. So this is just one of the 2. But if you make the tote bag, you can do one side as one and the other side as another.
Love
so
that.
you can mix and match. But yeah, it's super easy to do.
Great.
Have we got time to?
It's a really, really nice quilt. I'm not sure. Do we have any time for demo, Ben?
I can literally just show you what I've
We've
done.
got
It
the
all
other
prepped.
patterns to show.
Yeah, do those.
Let's
If
do
we've got
those.
time,
If
we'll
we've got
come back.
time, we've got time.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Right. So, sunshine and showers.
They're behind us.
They're behind us.
They're behind you.
Ah, that's these two here.
Yeah.
Let's grab them.
And then you've
So
got showers.
this
up
is
here.
the pattern, yeah?
Yeah. So this is the pattern, and you get
Those two, not this.
that one as well.
Oh,
yeah.
really?
Yeah, yeah.
Wow,
Well, not the
okay.
3. So I've done it in the 2 Liberty colourways. So you'll make the cushion that has the sunshine on it, and obviously the umbrella for the showers. Now, I used the Dresden plate ruler for this to cut my squares, was it? Or a 60-degree triangle. But if you've got a 60-degree marking on your ruler, you can equally do it with that.
Oh, right,
so
okay,
it's
we
not
don't need that.
compulsory to have the tool. And you'll see the difference between these 2 cushions, the Suns,
Yeah.
is all I did was cut a smaller one for this one as well, and increase the number of rays my son had, because it was a really bright sunny day on this one, not so bright on that one.
fair
So
enough.
this could be a flower rather than sun if you wanted to do that. But the pattern will give you the recipe for both of them, the sunshine and the showers, and it's all pieced.
I love that.
And then the umbrella top, and these are all appliqued on afterwards.
Oh, I see. I see.
So it's not something that...
So it's not curved piecing?
No,
No.
this is appliqued on, so a great opportunity to use some of your applique stitches on your machine.
Yeah.
Different,
Love the umbrella.
variegated threads. yeah.
Gorgeous.
And then the other thing that I would also add is some little seed beads to look like raindrops hanging off the ends as
I've
well.
actually got...
Not comfortable to sit on, but hey.
No, it's for show.
Yeah.
I've got a pantograph on my long arm, which is raindrops, diagonal raindrops.
Fab, so it looks like
I've
it's
quilted
coming.
a couple of quilts where
Yeah.
it looks like it's raining.
Yeah.
It's lovely. That would be so lovely to do as a quilt.
Yes.
With all umbrellas.
Yeah.
Really lovely.
Stormy weather.
Yeah. And one thing I would do just to twist and turn them
Yeah.
is I would sew an extra maybe 1.5 to 2 inch of fabric all the way around it, and then turn the block at a little bit of an angle and then trim it down
Yeah. Yeah.
to whatever size fits
Absolutely,
in,
yeah.
and then piece them together, and you'll have your umbrellas all kind of dancing across the
Exactly.
surface.
And
Oh,
then the
make
bottom.
a quilt, Susie.
Yeah, all right, I'll do that. Then.
Would you, for
And then the
next
bottom, you
time?
could applique a big puddle, couldn't you?
Yes, with big wellies.
So shall I
splashing
run
in
that?
it.
I'll run that one up
Yes,
this
please,
afternoon.
in your
shall I?
spare time.
Yeah.
Well, pattern on its own is on screen. Was
Yeah.
on screen. Yeah, £9.99. Right, next up, double wedding ring.
So again, the pattern will make the 2 cushions.
Oh,
You
now
can
that's
choose
beautiful.
circular or square.
I love
'cause
that.
Sometimes it's nice to have something different.
Do I need a special ruler for this?
Yes, you do. You
Okay.
need, and I've left it in the green room. Do you want me to get?
Don't worry,
No?
don't worry.
So it is the Creative Grids wedding ring ruler I've used for this.
Okay.
And that will give you all your curves and the eye pieces in the middle. So your petal pieces, the eyes, and this central piece as well.
Yep.
And they're just, if you've never done curved piecing, it can be quite daunting
Very.
to do, but using the rulers, it makes it quite an easy task, and they match together really well. You also get the joining squares at the tops of the curves
Yeah.
as well, and you can also mix your middles, if you pardon the expression. Instead of doing it all as one colour, which I have for the circular one,
Yeah.
you can do different colours. So that's why this one's got the 4. And I've used the offcut from that to create my eye pieces here as well. So
Love
here
those
is
like
it.
melon seeds.
Yeah.
They're
And I've
beautiful.
tried to make the colours all continuous.
Yeah.
So that it looks like you've got, whoops, I'll lay it flat, sorry. Looks like you've got squares within the curves as well.
Really.
So it's a really clever little ruler to use. And as I say, I've given you the option of circular or square. I mean, this one is great if you want a ring cushion for a wedding or something.
Oh, for a ring bearer.
Yeah, and so
Nice.
that's why I appliqued the heart shape on it
Yeah,
as well.
it's lovely. Well, I think as well, that would just be such a gorgeous gift for newlyweds, or
Yeah.
in fact in the silver, for a silver wedding anniversary.
Yeah, absolutely.
You could actually embroider, hand or machine embroider the date of the wedding,
Yeah.
or even a photo
Their
of the happy couple.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
25 years, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Gosh, Charlie and I, well, not quite, but 21.
Yeah, my parents are near their 65th.
Do you get like special presents for a 25th?
Well, something silver, preferably.
Yeah, like a big block of it.
Yeah. A block of silver.
On a great fat ingot of silver.
Charlie, just ignore him.
Love that.
He'll just
Gorgeous.
do you a silver scarf.
Yeah, silver scarf. We'll do that. We'll do a special silver scarf. Oh, fab.
Yeah. But it's
Okay.
just something a bit different. If you're a fan of rulers and you like playing around with new designs, the ruler makes it a really easy way to
Yes.
create the effect.
Totally agree.
Yeah.
Last one that we've got is the crossed
Floral.
floral.
And we did have a sample.
And
of
we've
that.
had it, and now I think our lovely Dan has taken it away.
Yeah, where's he put it?
Bring back my cushion.
Yeah. Where has it gone, Dan? It's the
I'll go and
Liberty
find
pink
it.
one.
Stay there.
Liberty pink one. Do you want me to find the
Yes.
pattern? while
I'll
you're
find it. I'll find it.
Here we are. There's the pattern.
I've got
anyway.
it. I've got
You
it.
found it.
Oh,
So this is quite a large cushion. It comes up at 20 inches square,
Ooh.
but that's quite good to have.
Yeah. Oh, that's
on your back.
gorgeous.
So
Look
again,
at
it's a
that.
nice different quilt block design to
Mm-hmm.
make. You've got some half square triangles. It's mainly half square triangles
Yep.
in there. Just put together, and flying geese as well. You're learning for this one, so
Lovely.
it's another extension.
Really gorgeous, isn't it?
And you can play around with the design. I've given you a block diagram in
Yep.
the patterns, so you can work out your own colour schemes. But as I say, it is quite a large cushion. 20 inches is a good size cushion. And you need 5 fat quarters.
And again, as you said at the start, learn a new technique, try a
Yeah.
new pattern in a cushion.
Yeah.
If you enjoy it, then you make the quilt.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Or
great.
put 2 together to make a tote bag.
Yeah,
Because
it's fab.
I'm a big bag fan.
Me too. Oh, I love a bag. I love a bag.
You can never have too many bags.
No, you can't.
No.
You can't. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Um,
I've only got 1 lap, but I've got 2 arms, and they can each carry at least 4 bags.
no, I totally agree. Okay, another great pattern from Suzie. It's called Crossed Floral, and really pretty. I think that's lovely. Really lovely. Yeah. Fab. 4 minutes. Could you? I know you've got a demo for the. Was it the Disappearing Nine
yeah,
patch?
whichever. Yeah, what
Can
do
you
you
show
want
us a
me to
quick
do?
little? Well, we've got 4 minutes. What can you show me?
What can I show you?
What can you show me in 4
What can I
minutes?
show you in 4 minutes? Well,
You can talk it through if you prefer.
I
it's
can
fine.
do a bit of both, actually, because with the Disappearing 9 patch, whatever scale you do, you make up a 9 patch.
Okay.
It's not, there's nothing
So
different
here
to
is
it.
said 9 patch.
Here is said 9 patch.
Yeah.
And all you're then going to do is subcut this.
And do you have to be sort of symmetrical with how you put it
Yes.
together?
So what you want to be is really neat with and accurate with your sewing.
Okay.
So as long as for the cushion and the tote, you're going to have 4 identical, but in 2 different ways. So I've done these 2.
Oh, lovely. Love that just as it is.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then you think, now I'm going to cut it up,
Right, fair enough.
and you think, oh, right, yeah.
But
So
for a complete beginner who's, sewn 9 squares together,
Yeah.
this moves the design on and you end up with
Absolutely.
something really interesting.
Exactly. So I now need to, I'm just going to double check this before I start, because if you then cut it wrong, the thing now is to cut this down.
Yes.
And I know where I'm at now. So you need to know the middle, which you can do by this, but that's not necessarily correct. What I know is that this is an 8-inch square because of the measurements I've used.
Okay.
So I know the middle is at 4 inches.
Oh, great.
So I'm just going
2
to use
minutes.
my 4-inch line. I'm going to
Oh, and I've got to do
line
the
up.
menu.
Right, we'll do
Talk
this.
and cut, talk and cut.
Talk and cut. We're lining up a horizontal line on a seam. Don't move anything as you do it. And then line up again on one of your sewn seams and cut in the horizontal direction. And then you've got a separated one. And then if you start shuffling things round, you can get secondary patterns. So you could just move them opposite
Oh, I love
ways.
that.
So you'll get a
Look at
checkerboard going
that.
across. You can move these two into the middle. So you get a zigzag. You can play around with the ideas. And if you loop 4 of those together, you're going to get that effect.
Yep.
And you can play around accordingly. Do you want me to hold
I think
that
that's
end?
really clever.
So
that's
yeah,
really clever.
it's a really nice, fun one to do. Scary when you start cutting into it, but fun.
Oh yeah. No, amazing. I love your idea actually about using cushions as a way of learning a new block,
Absolutely.
trying a new technique.
Yeah,
It's
no,
brill.
it's good.
Fab. Suzie, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
It's been a whistle stop.
And I'll see you on Sunday.
Oh, yes, you're back on Sunday, of course.
am.
Let's talk Saturday first.
Yeah.
It's the start of my 3-year anniversary weekend. We have got a corker at 8 a.m. tomorrow. We are launching my first fabric range with Lewis and Irene. It is called Hajime, and it is inspired by antique kimono, Japanese kimono. Absolutely love these style of fabrics. I will have the pattern for my tangled quilt on air as well. So this is the new Hajime range, and we're going to have various different options, including by the half metre, and in collections as well, for you to enjoy tomorrow. So that's at 8 a.m. Make sure you set your alarm. Now at 9 o'clock, I'm joined by the fabulous Delphine Brooks with the brand new William Morris Vintage Floral Star Quilt. It is so beautiful. Now at 10 o'clock, I'm going to be doing an hour on soak quilt cleaning and quilting tool. So we've got soak, which is a wash, and flatter, which is a spray. Absolutely brilliant stuff. At 11 o'clock, Gary is here from Dukey with 2 hours. Absolutely fab. We're going to be doing a deep dive into the DX5, I believe. That's tomorrow. It's going to be an absolutely brilliant day. But don't forget, 8 a.m, it's the Hajime fabric launch. So I will see you all at 8 a.m. And Suzie, I will see you on Sunday.
See you on Sunday.
When we'll be launching my brand new book, Quilts from the Country. Don't forget that. That's this weekend. All right, I will see you bright and early in the morning. Until then, take care.